requested, and the response is as follows, Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry is aware that in the 1980s and the early 1990s, the government had embarked on the oil exploration activities in the northern region of Kenya, namely parts of the present Wajir and Marsabit counties. The findings from the exploration indicated that there was no oil deposits of economic viability to justify further drilling activities. Thereafter, the National Oil Corporation of Kenya required the oil exploration companies to decommission their activities after closure of their drilling exercise. At the time of the exploration, Honorable Speaker, there was no legal framework to support the environmental impact assessment report, and therefore no AIE was conducted. Honorable Speaker, the MCA Act came into being in 2000, and this was happening in the 1980s and 1990s. In January 2004, media reports emerged about the possible water poisoning in northeastern Kenya when the Nation newspaper published the death of over 7,000 livestock which had died after drinking water from a borehole in Kargi area of Marsabit County. Honorable Speaker, the committee collected water, the committee that had been formed collected water samples from the boreholes and wells for the affected region and conducted scientific investigation which revealed that the water contained elevated levels of nitrates and nitrates above those permissible for drinking. Honorable Speaker, further studies were carried out in a water sample collected from shallow wells and deep boreholes in Kargi village, and as well as solid samples from the sites that were decommissioned by Amoco Oil Company, being Bellatrix 1 and Silas 1. Honorable Speaker, in their report, other than observing that proper decommissioning procedure had not been followed at Bellatrix 1, the expert concluded that there was no clear relationship between the presence of the two materials as at the well site, that is bentonite and bainite, and the contamination of water in the borehole and the shallow wells. Honorable Speaker, the report indicated that the radioactivity levels of bainite and bentonite at 0.104 and U-238 as a reference of which the permissible level set out by the Radiation Protection Board. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommended that NOC organizes for removal and disposal of abandoned scrap metal and obsolete drilling chemicals as indicated in Annex 1. NOC engaged Habasari Technical Investment Limited to remove and dispose of the abandoned scrap metal and obsolete drilling chemicals in 2005, and later submitted a report on the same to the authority. All the time during the said exercise, NOC was in constant communication with the authority through correspondence while sharing information on the process made at the site. Honorable Speaker, the task force collected fresh water from samples from shallow wells and boreholes together with abandoned drilling chemicals for analysis. Their report also concluded that the water had concentration of sulfites, acetics, nitrites, nitrates above the permissible level for drinking water. the task force recommended short-term action at Kargri to include: 1, removal of bentonite at the Bellatrix 1 oil exploration well, provision of alternative sources of water to the locals, and 3, the need to carry out studies on the cancer cases. Honorable Speaker, in an endeavor to dispel the fears of dumping of toxic and carcinogenics, NEMA organized for dissemination of information among local communities on the finding of various investigations carried out within the region. Honorable Speaker, NOC carried out detailed assessment of the requirement of disposable bentonite at Bellatrix 1 well, including the estimated cost of works at the site. The assessment indicated that there was no appropriate 1,000 tons of bentonite at Bellatrix 1, and NOC was expected to propose to NEMA the disposal options for the ease of collaboration. After careful evaluation of the disposal options proposed by NOC, NEMA approved and proposed options under the following condition. 1, NOC undertakes an environmental impact assessment on selected site, incorporating risk assessment and management. And I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, in Annex 4, we have an EAI report license that is annexed under Annex 4. 2, NOC ensures the provision of remediation, post-care and maintenance plan. And Honorable Speaker, this one I have confirmed with the ministry, it has not been done. NOC notifies NEMA on completion of remediation works and submit a remediation report for evaluation, and that the sampling and analysis of appropriate parameters must be provided. And lastly, under 4, NOC involves the community and or project affected persons during the execution of remediation, post-care, and maintenance. Honorable Speaker, NOC submitted the impact assessment, environmental impact assessment report on the disposal of bentonite at one of the sites to NEMA. NEMA reviewed the AIE, reported and issued NOC with a license number, AIE license number NEMA /AIE /PSL /15977, issued on the 20th December 2021, and I had earlier indicated under Annex 1. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to give the response.
Thank you, Honorable Gikaria. Who was the questioner? Member for Wajir South. Is he in the House?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Do you have any clarification to seek?
Thank you. Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I must say I'm surprised because the statement does not address the questions I raised. It's a clear case of evasion. It beats about the bush, and this is a challenge we have had with successive Kenyan governments over the years when it comes to atrocities committed against the people of northeastern Kenya. What I had sought to know from the committee was about the alleged dumping of nuclear and toxic waste in northeastern Kenya, something that has, according to the people of that part, given rise to the number of cancer patients in the region. It's a number that keeps increasing. There have been a number of environmental degradation and issues related with this issue. And what I had sought from the committee was if it could undertake an inquiry into the illegal dumping of hazardous nuclear waste in northeastern part of Kenya, including the environmental effects and the association with high cases of cancer reported in that part of the country. I had also wanted the ministry, from the ministry, to state what measures it had put in place that the residents of the region whose land was illegally used for dumping hazardous nuclear waste and whose health had been adversely affected by the harmful chemicals, and that they are fully compensated. I had also sought what regulatory measures the government had put in place to ensure that all hazardous waste and material, including nuclear waste, are securely disposed without causing harm to humans, animals, and the environment. Honorable Speaker, this is a grave matter that needs to be dealt with the seriousness it so much deserves. And I would really appreciate if the committee went back and gave us answers.
Member for Wajir South.
Yes, sir.
I gave you an opportunity to seek a clarification on the statement. You are now debating your statement. Gikaria?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I hear the member. Honorable Speaker, this statement was sought under Standing Order number 44 2C for the purpose of the toxic waste that was dumped in the early 90s, 80s and 90s. And to be honest, Honorable Speaker, when I read the request by the member under Roman 1, Roman 2, and Roman 3, it is true, Honorable Speaker, other than only Roman 1, that is where we have given a lot of emphasis, not concentrating on Roman 2, where he sought whether there were any compensation, and lastly, Roman 3, where he has requested. And to be honest, Honorable Speaker, this House has passed so many ratifications that we have had on these hazardous waste, the mercury issue, the Manimeta Convention, and so many, and that is what we expected in this statement as a response. So I totally request, Honorable Speaker, that if the member is dissatisfied, as he has indicated, as a committee, we can make an inquiry ourselves, because, Honorable Speaker, under the Standing Order number 44-2C, it is only that we sought a statement. So if we can be allowed as a committee, we could be able to make ourselves an investigation and be able to give a proper response. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take two more. Major Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and for granting me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, this issue of the toxic waste, as the chair of the committee has actually confirmed that the response is not really what we expected. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge this House, and with your indulgence, that we form a special select committee of Parliament to look into this matter, because that is the only way we can get to the bottom of this matter.
Major Bashir, you know what to do. If you want a select committee, bring a motion.
I will. Thank you very much.
Yes, we cannot form a select committee by your intervention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We will do that necessary and ensure that we bring a motion to have a select committee so that this matter is dispensed with once and for all. The lives of the people of northern Kenya and Kenya's...
The constituencies, Mr. Speaker. So I think as a country, we have an obligation, Mr. Speaker, to protect devolution. And I'm happy, for example, Mr. Speaker, Nandi in the last financial year got 7.3 billion. In this financial year, through equitable shareable revenue, they are getting 7.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, in the loans and grant, Nandi is getting 420 million, a total that is 42 billion out of loans and grants, Mr. Speaker, out of 485 million, Mr. Speaker. I think for us, this is significant. If you add equitable share, additional resources, Mr. Speaker, conditional, Mr. Speaker, it comes to totally over 8 billion that will go to County of Nandi. Mr. Speaker, we want to see provision of roads, provision of many other things, bursary, water. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to urge EACC that they should be on lookout. We work round the clock, Mr. Speaker, to ensure resources are devolved. Under Article 219, when we have appropriated funds, it must go to entities direct, Mr. Speaker. The biggest soft underbelly and lethargy, Mr. Speaker, is continuous plundering and corruption in our devolved units, Mr. Speaker. I want to challenge the EACC to be keen and ensure anybody found misappropriating funds meant for counties are arrested and prosecuted so that we can protect devolution now and for posterity. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support this bill, and we must process as quickly as possible to ensure we have enough resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and only request that the government can devolve more funds for the counties because, Mr. Speaker, as I echo the words of Senator Maanso, agriculture is devolved and health. But we are facing, in the counties, we are facing a lot of challenges, especially with the hospitals, because we are short of funds, and the counties are paying the doctors, they are paying many other things and buying the medications and building new hospitals here and there, and yet the funds are not enough. And so I request the national government to devolve more funds on health and agriculture to the counties so that the counties can operate without struggling. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that agriculture counties get more funds because many of the farmers are farming but without enough fertilizers, without enough seedlings. And if they get more funds, they'll be able to buy all those things and supply to the workers, to the farmers, Mr. Speaker. I thank you and I support this bill.
Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice in support of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2024 for the financial year 2024-2025. A fairly straightforward bill, Mr. Speaker, if you ask me. The only two things I want to mention about this bill for now and into the future. Mr. Speaker, let us kill this misconception that the national government has got any money to allocate to any county. That is not the case. Mr. Speaker, it is a work of Parliament, both houses of Parliament, the National Assembly and the Senate, to share money between the national government and the county governments. So expecting that the national government is going to allocate money to county governments, or that the national government is going to devolve more funds to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, is expecting something that will never happen. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I take cognizance of the fact that this year there is quite some growth in terms of the amount of money that is going to the counties. It's now at around 4.something billion, 400 billion. I see the county of Kitui, Mr. Speaker, is among the top 10 counties that are receiving quite some share of the equitable share from the Senate. And as the national government appropriates for national government, the Senate is appropriating for counties. So we are appropriating funds to go to our counties, and I want to reiterate what I have always said. It is okay today that we have come from recess to appropriate money to our counties. It should be okay when next week or the week after we go to those counties to find out how this money that we have sent to the counties is being utilized without there being any problem between senators and governors. The Speaker, with those remarks, I do support.
Senator Essie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I would wish to support the work that was done on this bill and actually say that money going down to counties is a good initiative, and I want to comment on two things. First, I would implore on the county chiefs and their respective county assemblies to prioritize adding some more allocation to the vocational training centers that are within counties so that we build up the capacity of young people to be in a position to put money in their pockets by being able to do some of these locally made initiatives that we are looking for. And secondly, on the issue of agriculture. For a long time, it's been looked at as an area that thrives by senior citizens, in a way to encourage young people and women to venture more into that field. And being a devolved function, more allocation needs to go to those sectors so that we pull together generally. And finally, I saw Governor Kangata sharing an idea on how they've collected a lot of money in Murang'a County as own source revenue, and request our county chiefs to also look at that in as much as national government is sending money to counties, let them beef up on their own sources of revenue so that we supplement those efforts collectively and steer this nation forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the current bill. Honestly, I think there's a lot of, I want to first to commend the mediation team for the good work they have done. Honorable Speaker, I think, I believe the counties now have received an additional fund of up to about 6.4%. And the increase actually, there's also increase in the terms of the libraries, segregation, and industrial parks, community health promoters. I think many factors have been taken care of with this budget. And I think, but still, we have so many undeveloped functions that the money has not been released. And therefore, I want to urge the national government also to release the funds available. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the community health workers, I think these promoters, this is a very good gesture that the promoter, this will really enhance the health services to the rural areas. People will be able to receive medical care and health advice on health issues. And one other thing is, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank also the members for the money now has been released for the roads. And what I want to say is that this budget is actually very inclusive, and hopefully we'll keep the only problem we have, the challenge we have is this increase, as good as it is not commensurate to what the on-source resources have not been done. Much has not been done on on-source collections. Therefore, I will urge the governors also to increase the on-source revenue, so at least the deficit budget can be also be taken care of the own resources. And I think one other thing I will say, Honorable Speaker, we need to have a prudent use of the resources, the funds that have been released to the counties. The national government has shown the goodwill, but the counties also must show also and go the extra mile to be able to take prudent use of the money. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am very proud to be a senator this time around. And I'm extremely proud of the House this time around, Honorable Speaker. As you understand, last year, my position is that we really did not put up a fight as a House to grow the basket of devolution. But I'm very happy that standing here today, we have actually, as a Senate, the Fourth Senate, breached the psychological 400 billion mark in terms of the resources that are going to the county. And I want to thank my colleagues, all of you who voted for the division of revenue bill, and also the mediation committee that was chaired by the Senator for Meru, the Honorable Kathuri Murungi, for the job that they have done. Honorable Chair, if you look at the schedule this year, my county of Nairobi is getting an additional 850 million shillings in terms of their equitable share of revenue. And I will later be bringing a proposal here, Honorable Chair, that I'll be making an amendment to the Sports Act. I want to propose that these counties must be forced to allocate at least 1% of the money that we send to them for the support of registered county sporting associations. And my governor will have no excuse because now I have given him an additional 850 million. I also know that he put around 500 million shillings in the Joe Kadenge Stadium, Honorable Chair, what used to be known as City Stadium. Mr. Speaker, this evening, in fact it should be happening now, our national team is playing their World Cup qualifiers in Malawi. It is extremely embarrassing and a shame for this country. And we hope that county governments can be able to develop sporting infrastructure to the level where we can be able to hold international matches in some of these institutions. So the governor for Nairobi will have no other excuse, Honorable Speaker, because I would want to see the completion of the Joe Kadenge Stadium so that we can host international games there. Honorable Speaker, we have also seen that Nairobi is getting an additional 224 million shillings for the community health volunteers. This is something that we all promised during the campaigns because of the critical role that they play, especially, Honorable Speaker, in the vastly, densely populated areas in Nairobi, and especially the slum areas. And these people have been very instrumental in ensuring that, Honorable Speaker, our people are of good health. We did not, in the last year, of course, appear in the additional allocation list because we did not get any money for county headquarters or for industrial parks, Honorable Speaker. But we continue to make the case that even if we are not qualifying for some of these allocations like the ones for industrial parks, we qualify to be allocated resources just like the other counties for other things, including construction of markets. Honorable Speaker, the only thing that we must now insist on as a House is timely release of these resources to the county governments. Because we have had a debate here, Honorable Speaker, including when we were managing our the disasters that came.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this bill on allocation of monies to counties. Honorable Speaker, even as I rise to support this bill, we want to urge, Honorable Speaker, our counties that the Senate, having worked very hard to increase the allocation from the proposed 391 to the 400 billion mark, we expect our counties to be diligent in the utilization of these resources. Honorable Speaker, my own county, Uasin Gishu County, is going to have an additional funds of over 300 million, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I expect that the county government of Uasin Gishu will ensure that the vocational training centers that are at the verge of being closed, 1 out of 13 is only functional, Honorable Speaker. With these resources, those institutions will be restored and our young people will be able to get skills and be able to work. Honorable Speaker, also as I rise to support this bill, as the chair of the Standing Committee on Health, I want to urge our county governments to invest resources on health because this builds the foundation of every county. It would be sad, Honorable Speaker, to see a county like Isiolo continue without a morgue, continue without working ambulances, Honorable Speaker. It will be a disaster, Honorable Speaker, to see the city funeral home operating without a generator after all this allocation. And I hope Senator Sifuna is listening to make sure he tells his governor to expend these resources in getting a generator for the Nairobi funeral home that he has not been able to put for the last 2 financial years. Honorable Speaker, it is incumbent upon this House to make sure that our counties utilizes the resources well, and also take action on governors who, after allocation of all these resources, dare not appear in Senate standing committees whenever they are required and requested to appear. Honorable Speaker, anybody who has accepted to receive public resources on an equal measure must be ready to accept to account for those resources as required in law. We, as a Senate, Honorable Speaker, must also now go out to check on the utilization of these monies. In fact, Honorable Speaker, it is my heart that as we start the next session of the House, that our committees in the Senate should actually focus in visiting counties to see the reality. The reports can be good on paper, but on arrival, you will find a dispensary that is a slaughterhouse in the name of a dispensary, Honorable Speaker. It is only until we make a visit to the counties that we shall see the reality of what our people are going through and the utilization of the resources.
Senator Mwaruma.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa umenipa kuchangia huu mswada wa kara 2024-2025. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapeana magatuzi bilioni 400, lakini hili halikuja bila kupigana, kwa sababu bunge la kitaifa lilipigia kura ile pesa inayoenda kwa magatuzi kuwa bilioni 391. Ilibidi twende kwa kamati ya mediation na Mheshimiwa Spika, zile sababu wabunge walitoa kwa kukataa kupitisha bilioni 415 ambazo zilipendekezwa na Seneti. Ya kwanza, walisema kwamba kuna ufisadi katika magatuzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ufisadi uko kwa serikali ya kitaifa, ufisadi uko kwa serikali ya magatuzi, na ni muhimu taasisi za kupigana na ufisadi zipigane na ufisadi katika serikali za kitaifa na serikali za magatuzi. Sababu ya pili walitoa ni kwamba hawaelewi na majukumu ya magatuzi. Ndio maana walikataa kupitisha bilioni 415. Hilo ni jambo la kushangaza sana kwamba wabunge ambao wanapewa kazi ama jukumu la kupeana magatuzi pesa hawaelewi na majukumu ya magatuzi. Labda wabunge wetu wanataka kupelekwa katika kozi za kuelewa magatuzi yanafanya kazi gani. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeshukuru sana maseneta kwa kubali kwamba kazi yetu ni kupeleka pesa zaidi katika magatuzi. Na wakati magatuzi yamepata pesa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vyema sisi kama seneti tufuatilie yale majukumu yaliyogatuliwa yanafanywa inavyotakikana. Mheshimiwa Spika, niko katika kamati ya elimu inayoongozwa na Mheshimiwa John Yutu, na wakati tumetembea katika magatuzi tunapata ya kwamba magatuzi yameacha yale majukumu yamegatuliwa na wameanza kufanya majukumu ambayo hayajagatuliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia katika bajeti za elimu, magavana wanaangalia, na sisemi kwamba wasiangazie majukumu ya kupeana bursaries katika watoto wa shule za sekondari na vyuo vikuu na vyuo vya TVET, lakini lazima pia tusisahau majukumu yaliyogatuliwa ni majukumu ya shule za chekechea na majukumu ya vyuo vya anuai.
Senator Chute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity.
Community-based organization. 3, Mr. Speaker, state the plans that the government has put in place to promptly compensate the affected landowners, including interest for lost earnings over the years since they handed over their land to the government, and state when the compensation will be settled. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Chair Lands. Chair Lands. Hold Nyamoko. Yes, Jared.
Thank you, Mr.
Hold on, Nyamoko. Jared, what is it?
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to joyride on the statement as read by Honorable Rosa Buyu. Honorable Speaker, the situation is actually uglier than she's putting it. When this idea was birthed in the year 2015, to come up with the Kisumu Northern Corridor that joins the airport road to Mamboleo, to Muhoroni, and ultimately Londiani Junction, Honorable Speaker, the owners of parcels along that corridor were forcefully evicted from their homes to create a pathway. Honorable Speaker, it was done under the premise of compensation, which has not happened to this very day, almost 10 years down the line, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some of the family members were plugged into other relatives' homes, overstretching budgetary allocations for individual families, Honorable Speaker, with the hope of getting compensation at the end of the day. 10 years they have been waiting. Those families got tired with the family members and relatives, and most of them do not actually have where to stay because their boards were demolished by the government. Honorable Speaker, even as the Chair Lands Committee undertakes to carry out a comprehensive investigation that will lead to compensation, we ask that this is expedited. Otherwise, we are losing lives as a result of frustrations and depressions by these families.
Thank you. You made your point.
I thank you. I thank you.
Chair Lands, when can you bring the response? 2 weeks?
In the next 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker.
For that, thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bills number 67 of 2023. Resumption of debate.
Honorable members, before we resume the debate, at order number 10, when we go into the committee of the whole, we have consideration of Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022, and the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022. In regard to the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill,
released in a timely manner by the Treasury, one of the major problems we have in counties is late release of funds. And this late release of funds, the Treasury should realize that it serves 48 governments, and there's no provision that it has to satisfy the national government first, then the county governments next. We should be able to get this money on the ground in a timely manner so that the budgets can work. I've also looked at the laxity with which the National Assembly approves the audited accounts of the Auditor General. And when they come to CDF, they don't peg it on audited accounts. They peg it on raw data. I think the time has come, if at all they are going to entrench the CDF in the Constitution as they're trying to do, it must be pegged on audited accounts. That way the National Assembly will be up to task and will be able to give us a timely audited accounts on the budgets of the national government. Further to that, we need as a House to look at the Commission on Allocation of Revenue, Section 2, how they define revenue. That definition of revenue robs counties of money that they are entitled to get. They exclude a lot of money that is generated by the national government, and yet the Constitution is very clear that the 15% is on revenue raised nationally. So at the end of the day, you'll find that they take away so much money that what remains to be shared among counties is very small and cannot satisfy the demands of devolution. That as it may,
Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika, naunga mjadala wa kuongezea pesa mambo ya county ya ukatuzi, kwa sababu tunajua tuko na makaunti 47. Na ni asante kwa wale walienda kuzungumza na wajumbe na tukaongezea kutoka mwaka jana. Sasa ukatuzi tuliongezea bilioni 15. Mwaka hii naenda kuisha, Embu County ilikuwa na bilioni 5,341, na sasa kutoka mwezi wa 7 Embu County itakuwa napokea bilioni 554, na kwa hiyo kiwango Embu County itakuwa tumeiongezea milioni 200. Hii pesa haitoshi, lakini naunga mkono. Ningeomba county kama yetu ya Embu, naomba kwa governor aweze kuangalia vile usuru ile anaokota kwa binadamu huko mashinani, aweze kuongezea hizi pesa, na pia ile ingine itatoka kwa msaada kutoka nje, ndio tuweze kupunguza mandeni ambaye tuko naye katika county. Kwa sababu county ya Embu najua kuko na shinda ya pesa ambazo ni ya kulipa wafanyikazi, wenji bilo iko juu na pending bilo ya nyewe iko juu, na ile kitu inaweza kusaidia county yetu ya Embu ni governor mfanye kazi vizuri na MCA na executive, ndio hii pesa iweze kutosea mahitaji ya Embu County. Ya pili ni kuunga mkono, nikiomba governor mambo ya Embu County, wizara ya kilimo uweke mbele, na pia ya afya, na pia ya parapara, ndio kilimo yetu mazao yetu mahali tutakuwa tukienda kuuza, ndio tusiwe na sinda, ndio economy ya Embu County iweze kupandirika. Hapo mbeleni tulikuwa na shinda, lakini sasa ningekuomba uweze kufanya kazi ile inafaa, kwa sababu tunajua Embu County umeng'ang'ana miaka 10 tumeteseka, lakini sasa tunaona miaka 5 umejaribu, lakini nakuomba hii miaka inakuja uweze kunjikakamua, uweze tuwe mstari wa kwanza, tunakimbizana ile county nyingine, kwa sababu tunataka miaka ambayo itakuja economy ya Embu ipandirike, ndio kwa sababu tunataka iwe mstari ya kwanza. Kwa hiyo naunga mkono Bwana Spika. Vitu zingine ningeomba serikali mwaka ile nyingine nakuja tuwe sisi enyewe, si ati MP wanatuamurisha vile magavana wafanya kazi. Nataka niambie wajumbe, kazi ya maseneta ni kuangalia vile magavana wafanya kazi. Kwa hiyo sio kazi ya MP kusema magavana wafanye kazi. Kwa hiyo naunga mkono Bwana Spika. Asante.
Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's very interesting. You've never called me by that name, but I'll take it. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this CARA for the following reasons. I'm happy that finally money can be distributed to the counties. However, I'm not very happy with the amount which has been allocated to county governments. The national government keeps on clawing back on devolution, allocating ministries billions of shillings, yet county governments, and that's where most of our population reside, are given peanuts. Mr. Speaker, I was looking at the numbers here today, and although someone will clap and say Narok County has been given an additional allocation of 171 million shillings, the assemblies have only been, the ceiling has only been raised by 1.4 million shillings. What is that? We require assemblies to be given for their ceiling to be raised so that they can actually be able to oversight counties. I think what we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is with the little money that has been allocated to the county governments, we need to ensure a fiduciary responsibility on the side of the accounting officers. That is where we are missing the point. We can realign our small existing resources and bring in accountability and change a lot of things on how things are done in county governments. Yes, we have overborrowed as a country. Yes, this Senate became, fought a little bit, got an additional 9 billion, which you could have actually gotten more. I never voted for the division of revenue because I felt like the little money that was given was not enough. When you see a member of the National Assembly clapping hands and saying they have already been allocated an additional 20 million shillings to carry out functions which essentially should be carried out by the county government, then you start questioning whether all of us really understands our role. when I long for the time when we will all become of age to know that Parliament's role is to legislate, but not to implement on projects. When you see members of the National Assembly running around, even county assemblies tomorrow will say they also need a kitty. And these are the things that we've been fighting about. I think we need to think about the future generation. And the time for us to think about the future generation is now. Mr. Speaker, I thank my time is over.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also rise to support. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me start by commending the mediation team for the job well done, for coming to a compromise to increase the money allocated to the county governments. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I would also want to put my voice to the fact that we need more allocation to the county governments. But it must also be alive to everybody that the only way that the government can be able to raise more resources and more revenue is through taxation. Mr. Speaker, sir, it pains to see that money that has been allocated to the county government, some of it is utilized in very inappropriate manner. This year, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Nyeri County will be getting an additional 500 million. It is my prayer, Mr. Speaker, sir, that our governor will ensure that the deteriorating health services in Nyeri County will be improved. I would also, Mr. Speaker, sir, urge all the governors, when they receive their allocation, they should prioritize settling the pending bills because it's continuing to hurt Kenyans and more specifically killing the small entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also the high time we start the discussion on how to streamline own source revenue. We indeed were quite impressed to see the governor of Murang'a, and I would want to commend the senator for Murang'a for having worked so closely and in collaboration with this governor to ensure that they hit $1 million back by mark in terms of own source revenue. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is not good enough just to collect resources. It is not good enough just to allocate more resources. It must be ensured that the allocated resources are also used appropriately and to benefit the citizens of this country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, with our enhanced role and oversight fund, I would want to urge the fellow senators that this is time that we become proactive in ensuring that we arrest situations before we lose the money. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is known to everybody that the senators have been reduced to morticians, where we are just given audited accounts to see the situations as they were. Mr. Speaker, it is important that moving forward, now we play a proactive role in ensuring that the money is not lost, in trying to arrest situations where the leakages have been taking place. Unless we do that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the citizens of this country will continue to complain about heavy taxation because taxation without representation, without seeing the use of that money, Mr. Speaker, will continue burdening Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I sit down, I would want to commend the Senate for the role that they've played, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committees in the bills that they brought before the House. We must, Mr. Speaker, ensure that our feasibility in county governments must be more feasible, we must be more present, so that the role of this House can be felt at
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we worked so hard to ensure that our counties get 400 billion, and now we are distributing those monies to our counties. And from this, I can see my county is getting an additional 190 million shillings. I want to urge the governor and his people to prioritize key areas. Number one, ECD, where we have a lot of challenges, even paying salaries. The issues of vocational training centers, many of which are almost collapsing. But we would like to see more money being sent to our counties. And Mr. Speaker, even as the country is going through the debate of how to allocate money, more money to the counties, many are talking about, a few are talking about 1 man, 1 shilling. But I think we need a conversation on how to protect small counties like Vihiga, Elgeyo Marakwet, Lamu, and the others. We need to start thinking of how we'll make these counties productive in our formula. And that is a debate that some of us who are representing those counties, we will be coming up with. But for now, the money that we send to our counties must be used very well. As another senator says, I think as a Senate, we need to be very proactive on oversighting our various counties to ensure that we don't act as morticians, but we are able to oversight the money wherever they are used in our counties. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem is late disbursement of funds, and I want to agree with the senators who have spoken earlier that this is a problem that we need to deal with as a Senate. Very soon, we will be passing the disbursement schedule, and those schedules, they have clear dates. How I would wish that in that disbursement schedule, we need to state very clearly that whenever there is a delay in disbursing funds to the counties, the Treasury owes us an obligation of full disclosure why there is a delay. Because the situation now, Mr. Speaker, is that when there is a delay, no one talks to us, no one talks to the counties, and they have to keep on waiting perpetually. I think this House deserves to get a disclosure from Treasury whenever there is a delay in disbursing funds to our county. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be moving a motion in that regard, so that when there is a delay, the Treasury Cabinet Secretary.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and my reasons for supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, I'm excited about the capping or the ceilings for recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker, because we have been having issues with counties all over, Mr. Speaker, overspending on recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker, and that there is a provision to have this on the second schedule, Mr. Speaker, makes me support this bill, Mr. Speaker. The fact that the resources are going to follow functions, in that every county executive will, in consultation with the national government, determine the cost of the transferred function and have the monies transferred, Mr. Speaker, is something that makes me feel we should support this bill. Mr. Speaker, accountability, especially when a county function has been transferred to a national government. Mr. Speaker, on the section 6, subsection 4, that the national such entity will submit quarterly reports to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, will bring a lot of light to this. And this reminds me of the NMS, Mr. Speaker, and that such bodies will now report to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, makes me feel that we should support this bill. Mr. Speaker, even as we support this allocation to counties, we must also call out the governors and remind them that these monies are public funds and they should be accountable to them. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I think I want to call out the governor for Isiolo, who has been called to the Senate Health Committee 3 times, Mr. Speaker. And as if that was not enough, he was reported, there is a clip going around saying that he will only attend a committee summoned by the Senate when he feels like. Mr. Speaker, this reminded me of the comments that Adan Duale made one time, that he si pesa ya mama yako. And Mr. Speaker, we must call out the governor for Isiolo, and in fact, indeed every other governor that does not want to account for the funds so disbursed to their counties, Mr. Speaker, because we cannot just fight for them, fight for more resources, and when it comes to accountability, Mr. Speaker, they do not want to account for this. Mr. Speaker, I think I want to stop there, but ask the governors, as they collect also the revenue in the counties, they should also consider the conditions that affect our people in the counties and not raise these charges where not necessary. We applaud, of course, my governor for improving on.
Senator Oburu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to take this opportunity just as my colleagues have done, to congratulate the committee which was negotiating the division of revenue between the shareable revenue. And Mr. Speaker, they did a good job. But Mr. Speaker, the job they did, as far as I'm concerned, is not enough. It's not enough, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you talk of dividing revenue, you should always take into consideration the fact that there is inflation in this country. And that inflation, when you are saying that you give counties at least 15% of the total revenue of the last audited accounts. Mr. Speaker, the last audited accounts is 2-3 years ago. And within the 3 years, every year there is an inflation of more than 10%. So when you give an increment of say 500 or 200 million shillings on 7 billion, like mine in Siaya, you are actually giving nothing because, Mr. Speaker, when you talk of real money means the value of that money at that particular time. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot be saying that we are giving counties more money when in real fact, we are not giving them more money, we are just giving them the same money that we gave them last year, because that increment that we give is consumed by inflation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that when we give this money, there are people, particularly the county assemblies, they are very uncomfortable with this oversight that you want to do. There is a confusion, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate wants to take over the role of oversight of the county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, that is far from the truth. We cannot just be allocating money to the counties, and we are expected not to monitor how that money is spent, Mr. Speaker. So there is a role which the assemblies play, and there is a big role for the Senate. And me, I have sat down with my county government, the executive, and told them our limit, where we are going to go. There are guidelines which have been given here, and those guidelines don't touch on the functions of the assemblies. Let the assemblies do their monitoring part, and let us also continue doing our monitoring part, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sat in the mediation committee, but it was really hard for us as a Senate to convince National Assembly to give us more funding. And I think this is the only time that we have managed as a Senate actually to have an increment after the houses have actually passed the ceiling. Mr. Speaker, I remember over the years we used to increase the budget, but every time you will see that the governors throw us under the bus when it comes to allocation. I will support this particular bill, but with a very heavy heart as a senator for Isiolo County. Mr. Speaker, in this allocation, we have 400 million increase to Isiolo County. But it is really, really sad that we release the money and somebody sits at the county and says, I am not accountable to the Senate, or I'm not accountable to the senator for that county. The governor for Isiolo has been called before Health Committee yesterday with a summon, and he has actually refused to appear before the committee after issuing 2 summons. Where are we heading? Because we had those things 2013, 2014. But with time, the governors actually saw there is no need of us refusing to appear before Senate. Mr. Speaker, this is 21st century. As I'm talking here, we don't have a morgue in Isiolo County. And this requires only a cooling system. And that is what the governor was coming to actually explain. But he has refused. So I think, Mr. Speaker, as a House, we must have a solution to this. We cannot be lamenting forever. If I was given an opportunity today, I would have moved a motion to stop budget allocation or money allocated to Isiolo County. But I'll wait. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine where there is a deduction from a member of staff on NHIF. On loans, they are not remitted. Mr. Speaker, food to the patients in the hospital, pending bills are not paid. Ambulances, patients are told, can you fuel those ambulances? We don't have theaters within those two sub-counties of Isiolo we have. Mr.
Senator Mgatana.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, we have had a problem with release of funds to the counties. Mr. Speaker, every father, like yourself and myself, knows that the day your son or daughter goes out of the house and she or he is able to stand on his or her own feet and earn her own money and determine her own budget, that's the day we say the lady or the girl or the boy has become independent. Mr. Speaker, we have a treasury in Kenya that is only serving the purposes of the national government and nothing else. They don't listen when we make the necessary noise for counties to receive their monies on time. When we pass the schedules here, they don't listen. They don't do what we want. When we say money should follow the function, they don't do that. Mr. Speaker, I pray that this Senate will fight for the true independence of counties by fighting for a separate treasury that will ensure that when money is collected from the KRA, following the formula that is agreed, there is an automatic separation in terms of deposits, so that we create two separate consolidated funds. One goes to the national, the other one remains for the counties, so that we never again have delays. And Mr. Speaker, this is going to be a legacy for this House. If we are able to fight for financial independence of counties by having, even in the interim, a sub-registry, a sub-treasury that deals specifically with county, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to ensure proper and smooth flow of funds to the county. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Senator Kajwang. Yes, Senator.
My apologies, also speak on Kara. Oh, thank you.
No, it's okay, Senator. You have nothing to add to this? Because this is Kara.
I have more additional allocations, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Good. So then I may call the mover to reply.
Next one. Tutasema kwa the next one.
Thank you.
Proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank all the members who have contributed to this bill, and the issues that I've raised are very important. For instance, timely release of the equitable share by the Exchequer. This cuts across all the counties. My own county, Mombasa, has not received any funds since March this year. And I agree with the proposal by Senator Ososi that whenever there is a delay, the CS should be summoned before this House and explain why there has been a delay. Honorable Speaker, some of the counties are squarely dependent on the equitable share because their own source revenues have not been developed to such an extent that they'll be self-sufficient. Number two, the issue of prudent use of resources. Honorable Speaker, in the last few months, there has been a debate on the issue of exorbitant legal fees that are facing our counties. Most of the monies that are supposed to go to development are being channeled to payment of legal fees, especially external advocates that are being hired to deal with those issues. Honorable Speaker, budget absorption also is a critical problem. We have seen in the last report by the Control of Budget, several counties, including Mombasa, has failed to absorb their funds.
Kuchukua mtoto kwa sababu kwanza mwanaume hajapewa ile nguvu ya kuweza kulea mtoto kama vile mama. Kwa hiyo mimi napenda hichi kipengee kisiweze kuguswa ili wale watoto wetu waweze kupata ulinzi, wasiweze kujipata katika mikono ya watu ambao si watu wazuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wengi wanaingia na jina la adoption, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini mwisho wa kwisha wanaenda kutumia watoto, wengine wanatoa viungo vya mwili, huwezi kujua mtoto kama anakaa vizuri, hakuna mtu ambaye anafuatilia kule mtoto alikokwenda. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri mtu wa karibu wa damu ya mtoto ndio aweze kuchukua mtoto, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hii mimi nasema hichi kipengee kisiweze kubadilishwa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Marwa Kitayama.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ingawaji nilikuwa nataka kuchangia kwa hoja ambayo inafuatia, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ni wazi kwamba kuna matatizo.
Kama hizi ile ulitaka, yield the floor to somebody else.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker.
Paul Nabuin, Turkana North.
Speaker, I wasn't keen on which one was coming through.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me repeat what I've been telling you. If a motion is on the floor by way of a bill such as this, if you have no intention of contributing to it, don't log in so that you fill the screen, you make it difficult for whoever is in the chair, including the speaker, to know who wants to speak on this and who doesn't. Wilberforce Oundo, are you on this or
yes,
anticipating
Speaker.
something else?
No, it's on this matter. I had actually been checking with the state. I was on top. I don't know how I've been just lost my position all of a sudden.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, as a matter of principle, since I came here to the 12th Parliament, I have always had reservation about miscellaneous amendment bills. They are miscellaneous, but they are mischievous. The mischief has always come out very apparent once the bill is completed as required by law. Honorable Speaker, the bill, as published, has got very fundamental amendments.
The equitable share. We also have conditional allocation on the RMLF, which amounts to 10.5 billion. We also have unconditional allocation, that is the 20% on the minerals, amounting to 1 billion. And finally, the 35.6 billion, which is grants and loans from the development partners, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this allocation condition of the SIGA, we have 4 schedules, and the first schedule is onto the allocations, especially when we pushed the Committee of Finance, we did push for the headquarters to be allocated their funds, the 5 key headquarters, starting with the county of Isiolo, the county of Tharaka Nithi, the county of Nyandarua, Lamu, and Tana River, Mr. Speaker, which totaled to 445 million. We also did the allocation for the CAIPs for the 18 counties amounting to 4.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. The CHPs amounting to 3.234 billion, and transfer for the museum function, which amounted to the 30 million, Mr. Speaker. The second schedule, Mr. Speaker, has actually also outlined the issue of the road maintenance fuel levy, which amounts to the 10.5 billion. The third schedule, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, it's on the minerals. And the fourth schedule, Mr. Speaker, is more on the grants and the loans that are the different partners. And most of these partners, Mr. Speaker, are ranging from the Danida grants, the Kenya Informal, this is KISIP, emergency locus, and the FLOCA monies, Mr. Speaker. And just to mention, as far as FLOCA is concerned, it was in our notability during our discussions with the stakeholders, that is the National Treasury, as we noted that Nairobi County and Mombasa County have not been able to submit their conditional frameworks so as to be able to receive these funds. But the other counties have been able to adhere to the frameworks that are supposed to be adhered to as per the conditions of the development partners, and they have been able to receive their funds. Mr. Speaker, apart from the 400 billion that we've allocated under CARA, we have the 55.45 billion under SIGA. This gives us a total of 455 billion to the county governments. What I want to urge the different county governments is to focus not only on development, but also on the animal called the pending bills animal, Mr. Speaker. This has been there for the longest. Our people are suffering. We have given monies to the counties. Governors are not paying. They are playing politics. Governors, like the governor of Nairobi County, is much more focusing on local and international travel and like giving services and development to the people of this city. And that's why we need to change the chairmanship. Mr. Speaker, some of the observations that we were able to come across as the committee, we came across the issue of the proposed allocation for World Bank, which was supposed to be 10.6 billion, and it was revised to 10.4 billion, Mr. Speaker. Also, from the State Department of Agriculture, inclusion of the conditional grant from the government of Sweden for Kenya agricultural business development amounting to 733 million. For this grant, county governments are meant to receive 560.1. That is also what we noted. We also noted, Mr. Speaker, different amounts that have been allocated by the different partners as they have been still stipulated in the bill itself, whereby I'm sure members have been able to see the different amounts. I don't need to go to the different amounts that we were able to note as a committee, the different allocations that were adjusted, Mr. Speaker. Our recommendations as a committee, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, the committee recommended that the Senate approves the bill with the following amendments, and I believe we'll be able to get to the amendments. That is amendment of the clause 4.2 of the bill to delete the phrase. Also, the first schedule, we agreed the 78.2 million for the headquarters, Mr. Speaker, to be issued to the county of Nyandarua, because the other counties, I believe, they have been able to exhaust their share, Mr. Speaker. With those many and few remarks, Mr. Speaker, allow me to appreciate the office of this Professor Ndungu, CS Treasury, for their great input, CRA for their great input, the Housing Department, Mr. Speaker, and the different stakeholders that we were able to have. Mr. Speaker, also, we were able to give additional allocation to the different county assemblies. Over 15 county assemblies were able to be in a committee for the last 2 weeks, and we've been able also to make adjustment ceilings for the different county assemblies. With those many few remarks, I do beg Senior Dr. Boni Alwale to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this bill for the enactment in this Parliament to provide for additional allocation to the county governments for the year 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is a point of order? Senate Majority Leader.
Sorry, Speaker. The Deputy Speaker is distracting me.
What is your issue?
My issue on Standing Order 111, Mr. Speaker.
So allow me to propose the question.
Oh, sorry. That's why I said the Deputy Speaker should have stayed where he was.
Now, honorable senators, before I propose the question, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, visiting youths from Homa Bay County, Young Future Movement. The delegation comprises 17 youths who are in the Senate for a one-day study visit. Honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming guests to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow the Senator for Homa Bay to extend word of welcome. That should be done under 1 minute. No speeches, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I join in welcoming the delegation from Homa Bay, and today they will watch as we allocate 10 billion Kenya shillings to Homa Bay County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I now proceed to propose the question, which is that the county government's additional allocations bill, Senate Bills number 19 of 2024, be now read a second time. What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 111-1, in pursuant to the motion that we had moved earlier on limitation of debate, and had made a request to the House. But for emphasis, and maybe for those who are not in the House, allow me to repeat, Mr. Speaker, that we have such a heavy order paper today, filled up with so much agenda. And at that point, we had requested, Mr. Speaker, that contributions be limited to 3 minutes. If you can indulge us further, Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to request that we drop that to 2.5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, because it is... anyway, Mr. Speaker, I am willing to be persuaded to 3 minutes, so long as we stick to the earlier arrangement. Senator Mkajuang was not in the House. It was that people either speak to Kara or Kaga. Now this is an additional allocation, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps we give precedence to those who have not spoken, so that preferably by 4:30 we have almost 5 committees of the whole, Mr. Speaker, and each of those bills has amendments, Mr. Speaker. And I know Senator Moses Kajwang is on the 7 p.m. flight to Mombasa, and I'm corrected that it is 6:30, and he has duties awaiting him from tonight until the end of the session. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it will serve him well if he saves time so that he can catch his flight early.
So, honorable senators, do we therefore have a consensus that we limit debate 3 minutes per senator speaking, and priority be given to those who did not make an intervention on the previous order? Senator Onyonka. Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm a proud senator today, because today the Senate is going to allocate 10 billion and 2 million Kenya shillings to Homa Bay County. Mr. Speaker, this amount is made up of an equitable share of 8.4 billion, an allocation to community health promoters of 88 million, an allocation to the road maintenance levy fund of 177 million, and loans and grants of 1.29 billion. Mr. Speaker, if we add the expected on-source revenue collection, and I'm very proud that Homa Bay has also breached the 1 billion Kenya shilling mark when it comes to on-source revenue, Homa Bay will have available for development 11 billion Kenya shillings. Out of that, Mr. Speaker, the Assembly will be allocated 967 million because the ceilings have been captured in the legal instruments that we've been considering. That's approximately 24 million shillings per ward. Mr. Speaker, there is no reason why development should not happen in Homa Bay. There is no reason why oversight at the primary level should not happen in Homa Bay with 24 million shillings per ward. Mr. Speaker, we as a Senate will live up to our role of ensuring that secondary oversight happens in the event that the people on the ground are not able to do what they're supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, finally, I have not seen the allocations for FLOCA in this particular bill. It has been referred to, but we are not getting visibility on FLOCA. Mr. Speaker, if we added the FLOCA allocations, then perhaps Homa Bay would be getting something close to 10.3 billion Kenya shillings. We will support the governors to put in place the right policies, but ultimately they are the chief executive officers who must take responsibility for the development initiatives and the outcomes in their various areas. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we must move from this post-mortem approach to a proactive analysis of performance, looking at value for money in our county governments. For 10 years, we have been doing post-mortem. And when we retreat, Mr. Speaker, later on this week in Mombasa, I'll be sharing with senators the plans we have to ensure that we start looking at the most current financial statements. But it is not just the financial statements that we must look at. Mr. Speaker, we must look at outcomes when it comes to health, when it comes to roads, when it comes to urbanization. And we must insist that county governments must align their budgets to the criteria.
Order, honorable senators. May the senator for Homa Bay be heard.
Mr. Speaker, we must insist that each county government must do an allocation in their budget that is aligned to the formula for revenue allocation that this House passed. Mr. Speaker, people are talking of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 kilometer, or 1 man, 1 vote. That is already there in the formula that this House passed. What we need to see is greater alignment to that formula. We said a certain percentage must go to health.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud senator today, a proud senator of Kiambu County, because today we are passing 2 laws that are giving more money to the county of Kiambu. The County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Mr. Speaker, that has added over 480 million shillings to Kiambu County, Mr. Speaker. And this one, which is now County Government Additional Allocation Bill, that has added 2.5 billion to Kiambu County, Mr. Speaker. That is to say, today, Kiambu will be getting 15.2 billion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that we have been able to discuss this and agree with other senators that these monies need to be taken to counties. And now is to urge the county government of Kiambu and other counties to utilize this money with diligence, Mr. Speaker, because this money, even if we say it comes from the national government, it comes from the pockets of the citizens of this great republic, Mr. Speaker. So they must use this money knowing that it is the Wanjikos, it is everyone who has been deducted this amount of money so that they can develop these counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have noted that we have an additional allocation of about 335 million Kenyan shillings for Kiambu County as road maintenance fuel levy. I would want to caution this House, Mr. Speaker, and to bring to the attention of this House, Mr. Speaker, the Roads and Transportation Department, led by CS Murkomen, is trying to go behind or hiding behind the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, by trying to say that this amount should never be taken to the counties. They have actually come up with a formula to say 22% plus 10% will be going to Kera, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I urge this House, if we pass this law today, that is this county government additional allocation bill, it is going to undo what that department is trying to do, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's good to know, as the chairman of the Roads and Transportation Committee, I'll be bringing a bill, that is the roads bill, Mr. Speaker, that is going to disband Kera, so that all these monies that goes to Kera should be going to the counties, Mr. Speaker. The MPs have no business constructing roads that are meant for county government. We need these monies to be going to the county government. And that is the 22% plus.
Senator Asaboy.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nipatie fursa niweze kuchangia hii bill. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi leo ninafurahi sana kwa sababu maseneta wenzangu sisi huko nje kwenye nyanjani kwetu, watu wengi sana huuliza kazi ya seneta ni kazi gani? Kazi ya seneta ni kazi gani? Leo ndio kazi ya seneta inatambulikana katika nchi hii ya Kenya kwamba leo maseneta wamefanya kazi na tumeongeza pesa katika kaunti zetu. Pili, napenda pia kuwaambia maseneta wenzangu kwa sababu huko nyanjani kwenye mashinani kwetu, wananchi watukufu wa nchi yetu wengi sana huwa wanasema seneta kazi yake ni nini? Mbona seneta ajengi barabara? Mbona seneta ajengi shule? Mbona seneta toi basari? Kazi ya seneta kubwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba kaunti yake inapata pesa, kuhakikisha kwamba miradi yote inaendelea vizuri katika kaunti, ndio kazi kubwa sana ya seneta. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naunga mkono hii bill kwa sababu kaunti yangu ya Kwale imeongezeka mgao wake, imepata zaidi milioni 400 Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono hii bill. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Seki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join the colleague senators to agree on the bill before us on the county additional allocation bill on 2024-2025 that has an additional of 55.4 billion to counties. And I want to say that I'm very happy because I'm also joining to see that my county has an additional of 1 billion on the county allocation revenue bill and more than 300 million on the additional allocation bill. This means we have a lot of money that's going to county governments in areas of share of revenue, to have to complement on issues of CAIPs, which my county also has received, is to receive 250 million as the county of Kajiado. I really want to, Honorable Speaker, want to agree on these figures and want to support this bill because it will really help county governments to increase their even revenue, to allocate more money, to take more developments to our counties. And I want to just do a small additional on what has been said on the 20% of share of minerals and royalties. Honorable Speaker, the 20% that has been provided has almost an additional of 1 billion. But I want to say this is just on the 20%. The 10% that has been given by the law, the minerals bill, is that the 10% that is supposed to go to counties is yet to be appropriated. I would really want to urge the committees, the Committee of the Finance, to push for the Ministry of Minerals to give county government, particularly county communities, the 10% that is being held in national government, because it is really bringing a lot of issues down there in the communities. Communities are not getting that money, and it is there in the national government, and stakeholders and industries are also paying that money to national government. So the 10% is what I would really urge, that the ministry should have a structure and a policy or regulation that will give the 10% to go to the communities. Otherwise, I want to support the bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Geduku.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia hii fursa. Naomba Mheshimiwa Spika niweze kuungana na wenzangu katika kupongeza bunge hili la Senate kwa sababu ya kazi nzuri ambayo imefanyika mwaka huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, gatuzi zetu halina kitu ya kuweza kuweka kama kikwazo Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu tumeshawapatia pesa Mheshimiwa Spika ambazo zitawezesha governors wetu kuweza kufanya kazi ambayo wanastahili kufanya, ili wananchi wa county tofauti tofauti Mheshimiwa Spika
waweze kupata manufaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kaunti ya Lamu, Mheshimiwa Spika, tumepata mgao wa zaidi ya milioni 300, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambazo zitawezesha kaunti ya Lamu kuweza kupata maendeleo. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapoongea sasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, gavana wa kaunti ya Lamu hana sababu ya kuweza kuequip hospitali zetu na madawa ya kutosha. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukienda katika ECD classes ambazo Mheshimiwa Spika kwa muda mrefu katika kaunti ya Lamu ziko katika hali ambayo si hali mzuri, hakuna tena sababu ya kuweka zile ECD classes katika hali ambayo ni hali tata. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiingia katika masuala ya kilimo, ambayo kilimo pia ni jambo ambalo ni kitega uchumi cha wakazi wengi wa kaunti ya Lamu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuona kama seneta wa sehemu hiyo kwamba kilimo kimeweza kuimarishwa katika kaunti ya Lamu, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa za kutosha zimeweza kwenda katika gatuzi la Lamu, na sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, tunatarajia kuona mambo makubwa na manufaa na maendeleo ya watu wa kaunti ya Lamu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa nisapoti bili hii na niseme kwamba imekuja kwa wakati unaofaa, na sasa ni wakati wa kufanyia wananchi wetu kazi ambao wametuweka katika gatuzi tofauti tofauti. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I rise to support this bill, Honorable Speaker, there are some 12 counties in Kenya that even though we have raised the equitable revenue from 385 billion to 400 billion, Honorable Speaker, they will continue paying salaries instead of doing development for our people, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the 12 counties, including even Lamu, where Honorable Kithuku has just spoken, most of the time what they do, Honorable Speaker, is just to pay salaries. You can imagine you allocate, like Elgeyo-Marakwet County is getting an additional 300 million in the next financial year, Honorable Speaker, from 4.8. These 300 additional, Honorable Speaker, will basically go to salary increase, because every 1st of July of every financial year, Honorable Speaker, all salaries are increased by a certain percentage. So it means this small marginal increase will not even go to help in doing development, Honorable Speaker. Because you can imagine you spend 4 billion to pay salaries and expenses, and then 1 billion to do development. Honorable Speaker, this is not fair, as the 12 counties come next year when we are doing the 4th round of revision of the formula, Honorable Speaker, we will propose that at least each county should get 6 billion so that they can do some meaningful development, Honorable Speaker, because in the next 20 years, some counties will look like Kenya and Singapore. 1972, they were at the same level, but now Singapore is very far, and Kenya, we are still where we were because of being marginalized, Honorable Speaker. Most senators here are very happy. Nairobi County, I've heard Kiambu County, that they have got an additional 2 billion, 1.5 billion, while some of us are getting below 300 billion, Honorable Speaker. This is unfair. Honorable Speaker, on on-source revenue, Honorable Speaker, we want these counties to have a unified system so that they don't have leakages in terms of revenue. There are some counties where they have leakages of revenue and they don't declare all what they collect, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also need to discuss and have a discussion with our counterparts in National Assembly. National Assembly, the last audited accounts they're using to face the 15% that are going to the counties about 3 years ago, Honorable Speaker. They need to speed up. And I agree with colleagues who have said we need to make CDF also on the last audited accounts so that they can speed up, Honorable Speaker. And then, Honorable Speaker, on the...
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill, which I support. Mr. Speaker, anybody who stands has no choice but to support these bills. The Senate over the years has been struggling to try and persuade the country, the executive, the National Assembly to actually pass on or ensure that adequate funds are allocated to counties in order to deliver on their functions. Mr. Speaker, we still are struggling on this issue, but I'd like to commend the Mediation Committee for the effort that you have made, but would like to ask, Mr. Speaker, that as a Senate, it is time we think out of the box on how we can help to ensure that devolution is actually implemented fully. Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is this. 14 years after the promulgation of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I'm suggesting that the Senate create an intergovernmental mechanism. Because we don't participate in the summit, we need to create a conversation between the Senate and the ministry charged with devolution, which is the Office of Deputy President currently, to ensure that we start discussing some of these things. Mr. Speaker, the reason I say so much funds or so many functions or parts of functions are still held by the national government. And Mr. Speaker, if the Senate wants to be seen to do its job, it is time the Senate came up with a mechanism of how we can oversight national government on the way they are carrying out the functions that belong to counties, which they are still holding on. It means that for as long as parastatals like Kura and Kera are still in place, they need to be under the oversight of the Senate because they are carrying out county functions. We need to be able to ask the Ministry of Health, whatever they are holding, how much of that money, if it is going towards county function, is being shared in an equitable manner so that every county is benefiting from these funds. So we need to stop whining and only focusing on oversight over counties and follow the money that belongs to counties at the national government and come up with a mechanism where we can actually hold the national government accountable. We must be able to periodically call the CS Treasury here to give us how much, a breakdown on how he's ensuring equitable share.
Senator Murango.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika, na mimi ningetaka kujiunga na wenzangu kuunga mkono mswada ulio mbele yetu siku ya leo. Nafurahi kusema ya kwamba nikiangalia pesa ambazo zinaenda kwa county ya Kirinyaga ambayo mimi ni senator, ni kwamba wako na nyongeza kubwa sana katika mwaka huu. Naona kwamba katika mgao wa kawaida wako na zaidi ya bilioni 5. Conditional grants wako na milioni 36. Na tukiangalia mwaka uliopita ambao walipata bilioni 5.4, sasa hii naona watapata bilioni 6.8. Mstahiki Spika, katika nyongeza ya mwaka huu ya pesa, ningetaka kuona hospitali zenye zimekuwa kwa muda hazija
deal with me today. Honorable Speaker, as you know, I was not harassing her because I know how passionate Millie is on child welfare and child care matters, and indeed matters touching on women's rights and gender equality. Therefore, I cannot harass her, and I know she was also missing me, and she's happy to see me, just like as I'm happy to see her. But Honorable Speaker, allow me as a reply to begin with the issue, that particular issue of the provisions relating to the Child Care Act. And Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, I think the Honorable Owen Bayer mentioned during the time he was moving this bill on my behalf, this emanated from a court ruling that allowed now single males to be able to adopt children. But there are concerns, Honorable Speaker, and I want to agree with many members who have raised this issue, that indeed there is a major concern on matters touching on issues to do with child trafficking. There are also issues touching
Hold on. Honorable Kaluma, what's out of order?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader, whom I respect very much, has mentioned proposed in this bill, which is arising from some court ruling. Would we have that court ruling so that we are rightly informed? Because I'm not aware of any. And I doubt any legitimate court, proper court, and we have very competent courts, can make such a ruling in the light of the provisions of Article 53 of the Constitution.
Honorable Ishungwa, do you have that? Do you have the court ruling?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, and if the Honorable Kaluma was here during the time the Deputy Leader of Majority moved this bill, he actually, and if you go back to the answer, you'll be able to see, he actually quoted the actual case and the actual court ruling that exists. But that is not to say, Honorable Speaker, that there are no concerns even without the court ruling, and we can get to the answer then for the Honorable Kaluma, who is a very polished lawyer, to be able to go through the ruling, and he should be able to tell us whether they can be able to challenge that particular ruling in court. But also, because members have raised the same issues that I agree with, Honorable Speaker, there are major concerns, especially with issues touching on child trafficking when we allow single males to be able to adopt children. Honorable Speaker, there are also issues to do with issues that I do not want to mention, Honorable Speaker, touching on the care of children. But it is okay for a single male to adopt a relative. Honorable Speaker, for instance, if I wasn't married, or if the Honorable Kaluma wasn't married, and by bad luck, a relative you lost a relative and who has a child, you should be able to adopt that child. But if you have no relation to a child, Honorable Speaker, I think it is only right that we do not allow single males who have no relation to a child, as it were in the original act. And Honorable Speaker, during the third reading, we'll be moving amendments to drop this particular amendment to also allow the House to consider, together with other substantive bills other than in statute miscellaneous bill, the consideration of even all those provisions that have been nullified by the courts in a substantive child care bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you've also had the concerns that have been raised by the Committee on Industry and Trade and Industry on certain provisions of the Scrap Metal Act. And again, Honorable Speaker, we'll be moving to effect the necessary amendments during the Committee of the Whole and the third reading. Honorable Speaker, there are also concerns that have been raised, I think, by the Honorable Aramat during debate on provisions that relate to the winding up of the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency and transferring most of its functions to the ministry. And again, Honorable Speaker, we'll be considering those particular concerns during third reading and Committee of the Whole House. On the Fisheries and Management Development Act, as I mentioned to my good friend Millie, there's actually a substantive bill on matters touching on fisheries management that I know is currently in the Senate, and when it comes, it will cover many more of the issues that touch on our fisheries management. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. And Honorable Speaker, as I reply, also to request you to indulge the House to have the question put at a later time other than now for obvious reasons.
Thank you. The request is assented to. Honorable members, we'll move to the next order. And just to note, maybe let me get the order read out first.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands, Honorable Nyamoko, you ready?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to move that the motion that the Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022 be now considered. Madam Speaker, we have this bill coming back to the House for the second time. And just to jog the memories of the Honorable House and the members, the National Rating Bill, National Bill number 55 of 2022, aims to create a comprehensive legislation framework for imposition of property rates and land and buildings by the county governments. Number 2, it also provides for valuation of rateable properties. Number 3, it also provides for the appointment of property valuers. And lastly, Madam Speaker, it also provides for the establishment of National Rating Tribunal. Madam Speaker, the National Assembly considered and passed the National Rating Bill, number 55 of 22, and passed it with amendments on 11th October 23, following which the Speaker forwarded the same to the Senate for consideration. The Senate considered the bill and passed it with further amendments on 9th May 2024. In total, the Senate amended 11 clauses of this bill, of which the committee adopted or approved 5 and rejected the 8 of the proposed amendments. Madam Speaker, without necessarily going into the details of the clauses which the committee adopted and which were rejected, I want to say that the committee carefully studied these amendments. We had enough time to engage with the Ministry of Finance, Treasury, because they are the ones who originated this bill. And I'm very sure that this report, which has been prepared by the committee, contains the wishes of the members in the interests of the nation. And we are seeking for support and concurrence of the members that we adopt the bill by accepting the 3 and rejecting the 8. That will give us an opportunity for us to proceed to engage with the Senate during when we are going to arbitration. And with that, I'll want to request the Honorable Leader of Majority to second this motion.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second this motion on consideration of the Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill. And as the Chair has said, Honorable Speaker, the committee has considered all the amendments, and they agree with a number of the amendments as amended by our Senate, our colleagues in the Senate. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the member for Emurua Dikir and the member for Kiamba, but the laughter was coming from the member for Emurua Dikir. And you know, Honorable Speaker, these people who purport to be kingpins have a problem. You have seen the problems that we have in the Mount Kenya region because of this kingpin syndrome. Now the member for Emurua Dikir, who purports to be the Kipsigis kingpin, is now harassing the Honorable Kawanjiko because the Honorable Kawanjiko is able to withstand
Majority
kingpins
Leader,
from the Mount Kenya region.
we will just ask Honorable Member for Emurua Dikir to keep the consultations low. That's it.
And especially the laughter.
That's it.
The laughter is choking. Honorable Speaker, I was saying when the Committee for Lands considered these amendments, they have
What
agreed
is
with
out
the
of order, Honorable
number
Kaluma?
of these amendments, Honorable Speaker.
Is it on that
and
same...
the amendments...
Hold on, Majority Leader. Honorable Kaluma, I hope you are not on member.
Honorable Speaker, I hope you are attentive to Honorable Ichungwa, who is our Majority Leader and the Leader of the House. Honorable Speaker, did you hear Honorable Ichunga say the Honorable MP for Emurua Dikir is purporting to be the kingpin, when it is something of which judicial notice can be taken, something which is acknowledged, that Honorable Joanna Ngeno is the kingpin of Rift Valley, something which was done in public, all elders, and it was duly enthroned. Why should our Majority Leader, who is our leader,
Member for Homa Bay Town,
undermine our exploits in leadership?
Honorable Kaluma, whatever flaw that was agreed on is not the flaw of this House. So, Majority Leader, kindly focus on the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And the Honorable Kaluma knows I said purporting, because as you rightly say, Honorable Speaker, all kingpins purport to be kingpins, but are never appointed by anybody. Honorable Speaker was saying the Committee for Lands has also disagreed substantially with a number of amendments. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it would only be right that we allow the committee and this House to have a second shot at this bill and the amendments that have emanated from the Senate, to agree with the Senate on the ones that they agree on, but also to move the House to disagree, so that we can have an opportunity through the mediation process, as provided for in our standing orders and the Constitution, for the two houses to be able to have an opportunity to sit. And I'm certain our Committee for Lands, or rather the members that this House may appoint in mediation without preempting debate, would be able to sit with our colleagues in the Senate and agree on those that are contentious, and we consider a mediated version of this bill, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, beg to second, and do request the House to disagree with the amendments in the Senate, so that we may cause the setting up of a mediation committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
I therefore propose the motion that the Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022, be now considered. And before I give the members to indulge on this one, just to note that if this motion is lost, then order number 10, Roman 1, will not happen. If it is lost, the committee of the whole will not happen. And Roman 2 had already been stepped down by the Speaker. That is the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill. So if this is passed, then we'll go on with committee of the whole. If not, order number 10 shall not be called. Member for Funyula.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to say one or two words on Senate amendment, and specifically this motion. And Honorable Speaker, I can remember very well the acrimonious way we passed this bill in this House in October last year, when together with other technical professionals in this field, we had raised some far-reaching amendments that would have enriched the bill, so to speak. And the Honorable Speaker, I'm again afraid when it went to the Senate probably also just went to bed and slept and failed to pick out the genesis and the gist of the bill. But regardless of what has come here, that's what we have here now. We would have to pass it, then indulge in any amendments after the requisite time provided for the standing order. Honorable Speaker, I want to join the committee in rejecting some of the amendments proposed by Senate. And this, I must say, it was either done in ignorance or impunity or lack of due diligence on how rating and evaluation for rating ought to have to be done and the international best practices. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the Senate amendment to clause 12, it's outrightly unconstitutional. It's outrightly unconstitutional because the mandate conferred to the National Land Commission and Article 67 is exclusive and cannot be shared by an amorphous body purporting to call itself Council of County Governors. There is no way, probably even a body that has got a passing mention in a legislation can purport to share the mandate with the Constitutional Commission. On that, I totally agree with them, and that also applies, Honorable Speaker, to clause 20, also applies to other clauses, Honorable Speaker. I totally agree. I also agree entirely with the committee on the proposed inclusion of new clause 24A. Honorable Speaker, you cannot purport to create an office in public service through such kind of a bill. Those positions ought to be either created under the Valuers Act or created pursuant by the amendment to the various respective acts of parliament. So I totally agree with them that cannot happen. Honorable Speaker, also when you go to clause 30A, Honorable Speaker, from a professional practice point of view, to prepare a supplementary valuation roll, there are circumstances that require the supplementary valuation roll to be prepared. And Honorable Speaker, valuation as a practice is at the date of valuation. You cannot backdate a valuation. So to purport to insert a clause that when you are preparing a supplementary valuation roll, you can only do it independent on the data or whatever was available at the time of undertaking a valuation roll, then is to miss the purpose, professional purpose, academic purpose of a supplementary valuation roll. On that, I totally also agree with them. Honorable Speaker, I also agree in ownership of property, in the proprietary right of ownership of a property, there's nothing, nobody, no person called an occupier. Who is an occupier? An occupier connotes an authorized inversion. So to purport that an occupier can become a rateable owner is in a way to legitimize unlawful occupation of any parcel of land or property for purposes of conferring a title that is illegal. Honorable Speaker, in seconding the amendments, the rejections or the proposal by the committee, we also want to beseech the committee that when they go for mediation, they need to be very clear so that you do not have to allow any form of coercion to allow for them to get into this. It's totally agreeable that rating is a preserve of the county government. But the structure of the county government is very clear. Whatever is the mandate of the county government, let it remain the mandate of the county government. What is about the mandate of the national government, as set out in the Constitution, let it remain the mandate of the county government. In essence, Honorable Speaker, is only the imposition and the collection of the rates that is denoted to the county government. But preparation of the evaluation roll, Honorable Speaker, is a matter domiciled at the National Land Commission, which has got the powers and authority to delegate to them to any specific and competent office in the national government. That should never be lost to the chair of the committee when he goes for mediation. And I hope the technical team in the committee will aptly and appropriately guide the committee so that we do not lose the gist of rating and evaluation for rating. Then we go to somebody moves to court, and then Parliament in totality, he says, seems to lack competent technical and legislators to guide in such a specialized area. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the report by the committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Gatundu North, Honorable Kororia. Honorable Kawanjiko, you both are out of order. Go to the bar and bow, then come in. You know how to do it. Member for Emurua Dikir, are you on this one? Member for Sotik, are you on this one?
Madam Speaker, I think I spoke to this. If it is
Honorable Ngeno, you have put an indication of your card that you would like to speak.
But you know, Madam Speaker, I was anticipating a very serious debate ahead of this one. And that's why I had to put myself in front of, ahead of everything.
So,
but on this one, I think I
not
made
on
some,
this one. Member for Sotik, is it on this one?
Madam Speaker, I think I've just come in and I need a bit of time.
Bongeno, you have had a kamukunji there that is very long. The miscellaneous we are done with. Actually, you missed it. This is the national rating bill from the Senate. Therefore, there being no interest on this matter, mover, reply. Chair for lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity again. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the members who contributed to this bill and say that we'll make arrangements as we go to engage the Senate so that the comments which have come from the floor will be taken into consideration, and also the deliberations which we had as a committee. With that, Honorable Speaker, I reply and also request you, as per our standing orders, order number 533, I request that you defer putting the question to a later date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your request is assented to. Next order.
Order number 11, the Equalization Fund, appropriation number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023, second reading.
Vice Chair Budget, Honorable Mary Emase.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill on the Equalization Fund appropriation number 2, Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023 be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2023 was published on the 20th of July 2023 and introduced in the Senate. The Senate considered the bill and passed it with amendments on 21st of February 2024. Consequently, the bill was referred to the National Assembly for concurrence as per Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Order 161 of the Senate Standing Orders. The Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker, is established under Article 204(1) of the Constitution, which requires that 0.5% or 0.5% of all the revenue collected by national government each year be paid into the fund. The amount is calculated on the basis of the most recent audited accounts of revenue received and as approved by the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, Article 204(2) of the Constitution provides that the national government shall use the Equalization Fund only to provide basic services, including water, roads, health, electricity, uses it to facilitate marginalized areas to the extent necessary to bring the quality of those services in those areas to the level generally enjoyed by the rest of the country. Madam Speaker, allocations from the fund to the marginalized areas are undertaken in line with a predetermined policy developed by the Commission of Revenue Allocation, the CRA Commission, as mandated in Article 2164 of the Constitution. Currently, the second policy, which identifies 1,424 marginalized areas across 34 counties, is under implementation. Each marginalized area is allocated a share of the Equalization Fund based on allocation factor and as determined by CRA. Madam Speaker, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill for the financial year 23-24 proposes to appropriate a total of 10.87 billion. Out of this 10.87 billion, 8.57 are allocations for the financial year 22-23, and 2.5 is arrears. Sorry, for the financial year 23-24, and 2.5 are arrears. Out of this amount, 10.54 billion is to be shared among marginalized areas in the 34 counties for development expenditure. But there is an allocation of 326 million for recurrent expenses, for recurrent expenses of the board, which is in line with Regulation 10.3 of the Public Finance Management, Equalization Fund Administration Regulations 2021. The 326 million is to be used by the Equalization Fund Advisory Board, recurrent expenditure. The law provides that the board expenses shall not be more than 3% of the annual approved equalization fund. And therefore, the 326 is the 3% of the total proposed 10.87 billion. Madam Speaker, the bill outlines the conditions for the usage and operation of the fund in the Equalization Fund, Appropriations Bill number 2, Bill for financial year 2023-2024. The conditions include the following. 1, exclusion of funds from being paid into the county revenue fund. This condition is anchored in the provisions of Article 2071 of the Constitution and Section 1092C of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. In conformity to this condition, the bill provides that each beneficiary county to the funds are to be transferred. Each beneficiary county, which funds are to be transferred, shall open an account with the Central Bank of Kenya, and such funds shall be utilized for the development expenditure and shall stay in that account until those projects are completed. 2, the approval granted shall not lapse until the projects identified in each of the counties specified in the first column of the bill are completed. Amendments of the bill by the Senate. The import of the amendments by the Senate. One is basically to safeguard the monies in the fund from lapsing until the identified projects are completed. The other one is that it simply captures the expenditure, the 326 million expenditure of the board, which had been omitted in the published bill. And the other one is basically to differentiate. It's meant to differentiate the Act from the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill Act 2023 for financial year 2021-22 and 2022-2023, which was enacted in June 2023. Basically, that is the import of the amendments. What our committee did make observations. In considering the Equalization Fund Appropriations Bill as amended by the Senate, the Budget and Appropriations Committee made the following observations. Honorable Speaker, the first observation is that while the bill intends to appropriate a total of Kenya shillings 10.87 billion to the fund, the money available in the approved supplementary estimates 2023-2024 is Kenya shillings 10.077 billion. This translates to a shortfall of Kenya shillings 790 billion. A budgetary reduction that was undertaken due to a significant delay in the passage of the bill into law. Owing to resource constraints on account of revenue underperformance, the committee noted that it would be a challenge to reinstate this amount into the budget. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, there is no allocation in the supplementary 2 budget of the Kenya shillings 10.33 billion appropriated by the Equalization Fund Appropriation Act 2023. That is the allocation for financial year 2021-2022 and financial year 2022-2023, even though the act is already in place. This is despite a commitment from National Treasury after the allocation was revised to 0 in supplementary 2 of the financial year 22-23 to allocate this amount in the supplementary budget for the financial year 2023-2024. Third, the committee also observed that the total allocation to the fund approved by Parliament since inception is Kenya shillings 22.7 billion, against a total entitlement to the fund of 62.4 billion. Thus, there are arrears amounting to 39.7 billion. The committee, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, urges the National Treasury to adhere to its plan presented to Parliament, which indicated that arrears will be cleared in 4 financial years, beginning financial year 2024-2025. with an allocation of Kenya shillings 9.98 billion in each financial year. Notably, in financial year 24-25, the National Treasury has allocated Kenya shillings 3.5 billion as arrears to the fund, and not the Kenya shillings 9.98 billion as earlier committed. Finally, on observations, the committee noted that the Equalization Fund Appropriations Act 2023 and the allocation in the Equalization Fund Appropriations Bill 2023 for financial year 23-24 will be utilized to implement the second marginalization policy. However, the second policy lapsed in June 2021, and the third policy is yet to be implemented. Committee recommendations. The committee, considering the above matters, the committee recommends the following. Non-financial recommendations. That by 30th September 2024, the National Treasury submits to Parliament a revised plan for clearance of arrears to the Equalization Fund. And two, that within 6 months upon adoption of this report, the Commission on Revenue Allocation consultation with relevant stakeholders submits the third marginalization policy recommendations to Parliament pursuant to Article 216(5) of the Constitution. Finally, Madam Speaker, we had financial recommendations. The committee recommended that, having examined the Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2 Bill 2023 vis-a-vis the current fiscal framework, the committee recommends that this House approves the bill with amendments as proposed in the attached schedule. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move. And I therefore request Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu to second. Thank you.
Makali Mulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking the Vice Chair of our committee for that effective moving of this bill. And I stand to second. As I second, Honorable Speaker, I want to make the following observations. Honorable Speaker, Equalization Fund was a very good idea, and that's why it's part of our constitution. And the idea was to ensure that those areas which had been marginalized by earlier development programs and policies catch up with the rest of the country. And that's why the allocation of 0.5% of the county revenue is supposed to go to Equalization Fund. Looking at the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, this fund is supposed to be running for 20 years, since 2010. But you realize that over time, Honorable Speaker, this fund has faced a number of challenges. And these challenges have actually meant the fund not to be very effective in terms of achieving the intended objective. One of the challenges is the issue of delayed funding, Honorable Speaker. Just as Honorable Emasi has said, looking at what should have been allocated as at now and what has been allocated, you realize that we have we have a high number in terms of years where we have not allocated as per the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. And that's why the balance of that 9.7 billion, which has not been allocated, is actually a disservice to these marginalized areas. So, Honorable Speaker, it is important that this House, as we debate this bill, takes the matter of releasing the areas and budgeting for the areas seriously. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is initially 14 counties had been identified to benefit from this fund. But over time, the counties have now moved to 34. And what that has done, Honorable Speaker, is now the money is being spread thinly to many counties. And as a result of that, then, you also have what I will call micro projects, which might not have as huge impact as it would be if we had the 14 counties. So even as we spread these resources thinly, Honorable Speaker, it is important we think about the impact. Because if you look, initially it was supposed to cater for infrastructure, electricity, health issues. And in a situation where you start now addressing the small dispensaries all over the country, it might not have as much impact as it should be having. The other thing which is important, Honorable Speaker, is the implementation challenges. This fund has faced serious implementation challenges. And through the board, we thought by having a board, things would move smoothly. But over time, Honorable Speaker, we are realizing that this issue of the board is also a major entrance to the implementation. And I think really we need to streamline this process, the implementation process. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, we might have no choice as a House, but then to extend the allowed period of 20 years so that it goes beyond 20 years. Because like now we have done over 10 years, nothing is moving on the ground, and if anything is moving, it's very little. So imagine whether we'll be able to capture all these resources in the next 10 years. So I think matters implementation should be taken up seriously by this House, and that's why I want to support the recommendation where we are saying, as we approve this bill, that within 30 days, we need to come up with a very clear framework in terms of how things are going to be done, in terms of realizing the areas, and also implementation, Honorable Speaker. Because that is very, very important, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at what's up, the issue of the 790 million, which the senators are proposing, that was caused because, Honorable Speaker, even though the law requires that once you allocate the money, we should not touch the money. But Treasury has come up with a practice whereby every year, if they want to get money from anywhere to sort another problem in the country, they always go to the Equalization Fund, reduce the resources, and claim that in the next financial year, they will be able to replenish the balances. And I think this is a serious matter, Honorable Speaker. So we need to make sure that as a House, we strictly adhere to the financial requirement that once the money is allocated or appropriated for Equalization Fund, those resources remain there, and we make sure that we push Treasury so that the resources are released. And as a result of that, Honorable Chair, then we will be able, Honorable Chair, to realize the intended objectives of this fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we had said this year we'll provide about 3.5 billion, which is part of the arrears, which was actually coming to around 11 billion. Now you can see the figure has also come down a bit to 10.87. And I think these small changes are the changes which are affecting this fund. So my plea to this House is, honorable members, we support this bill so that we pave the way for utilization of these resources. And by doing that, we'll be helping other parts of this country which were marginalized. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the origin of this marginalization, where it started, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the Seasonal Paper number 1 of 1965 was more focused on this country using our resources to develop the high potential areas, which means we left behind the ASO areas and other areas which are marginalized. So it is very important that with that background, Honorable Speaker, that this House facilitates utilization of these resources in the areas which are marginalized, and as a result of that, we'll be able then to move the country to the rest of the country, to catch up with the rest of the country in terms of development. So with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second and urge the House, we support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore propose that the Equalization Fund appropriation number 2, Bill number 2, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023 be read a second time. I can see there's quite some interest on this. I will give the member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity actually to add the voice on this matter, which is actually motto in this country, Madam Speaker. And the first thing I would like to thank the committee for the work they have done, and the Senate, of course, where it has originated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recall the CEO, Guyo, met our committee on this matter. And some of the challenges actually, he told us, it touches on many aspects. And this fund was established constitutionally in 2010 to address the disparities among the counties in terms of development, in issues to deal with the water, electricity, health care, and roads, Madam Speaker. And you have heard there are challenges facing this implementation, challenges of the Treasury delaying the releasing of the funds has been the main issue. We are talking in less than actually 6 years, we have got a deficit of 40 billion, which has not been remitted to these counties, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to address this issue and also inform the Treasury that this fund is a constitutional fund and implementation must be taken to avoid lacuna state of our constitution, Madam Speaker. The other issue, of course, in terms of implementation, we need to challenge the Commission on Revenue Allocation to come up with a proper policy, Madam Speaker, of addressing the policy of marginalization policy. If you look at this list, the counties which are benefiting, some of them have got similar characteristics like mine in Mwingi West. And most of these counties, my place, I'm not even getting equalization fund. We need to come up with another criteria of selecting the areas that are already marginalized. And without even arguing, Mwingi West is one of the most marginalized area in this country. There is no explanation you can tell me Garissa, Tana River, and most of the constituencies surrounding me are getting equalization fund. And when it comes to Mwingi West, we are not there, Madam Speaker. We are being told we are developed. Majority of the population in my constituency is still lacking access to good roads, access to clean water, access to electricity, access to other health facilities, Madam Speaker. So we need to come up with a clear policy of adding more areas that have already been marginalized, Madam Speaker. And with those few remarks, I support, but still we need to press very hard for Treasury to make sure the areas that have already been incurred in this fund are fully remitted to benefit the Kenyans without necessarily delaying them. With those few remarks, I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Michael Mushira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I start to support the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill as laid by the Vice Chair Budget. Madam Chair, this fund, as everybody knows, is important to us, taking care of the marginalized counties. But Mr. Speaker, as I am supporting, Madam Speaker, as I am supporting, I'd wish to really this House to consider the effectiveness of this fund, because, Mr. Speaker, this fund was meant to bring the marginalized counties at par with other counties in the country. But looking at it critically, Madam Speaker, as the report has stated, we started with 14 counties, and one would have expected that with time, as we bring these counties at par with other counties, the counties would reduce below 14. But, Madam Speaker, as you can see, the counties that are marginalized continue increasing. And that means that probably this fund is not being used effectively. Madam Speaker, we've seen some of the counties advertising projects that are not of any significant importance or that are not likely to create any impact to those counties. When you use this fund to do a road of 5 million, to do things that are not sustainable, Madam Speaker, we would wonder whether these marginalized counties will ever become removed from that bracket of marginalization. Speaker, but having said so, now that the CRA is doing the third marginalization policy, I would ask the Commission to really do a proper study so that the counties, we would want to know the counties, the 14 counties that were being considered since 2010, how far have they come out of the marginalization? And we also, now speaking for Nyandarua, Madam Speaker, you find that in Nyandarua, we have an area called Daragwa. Daragwa is really marginalized. And Madam Speaker, I've always wondered why CRA has never thought of considering Daragwa, which is dry, completely dry. People are given food there. A very marginalized constituency in Nyandarua. And therefore, I would wish CRA, to consider Nyandarua as a marginalized area in that marginalization policy, and specifically, not even my constituency, Mr. Speaker, but Daragwa constituency. With those few remarks, I support.
Kiona Bonaisula Lesuda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also join my colleagues and rise to support the Equalization Appropriations Bill as tabled by the Vice Chair, Honorable Emase, of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Madam Speaker, I just want to point out a number of issues regarding the Equalization Fund. And we all know as a country that there was a conversation in 2010 when we were coming up with our constitution, and it was agreed that there are some areas in our country which have been left behind in terms of development since we got independence, Madam Speaker. And this is something that was canvassed across the country, and it was agreed, and the Equalization Fund was captured in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that since the realization of the Equalization Fund, this is just the second time that funds have been released to the counties that are supposed to benefit from the Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker. And we have had a lot of pull and push in this House, pushing for the release of this money, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy that recently 10 billion was released to the 14 counties. It is unfortunate that when we still have a balance of 39.7 billion counties, Madam Speaker, CRA opened another Pandora's box of going against the 14 counties. Now we are at 34 counties. We are going to the third generation formula, Madam Speaker. I don't know how many counties again. You know, there was a reason, a well-thought process why we had the 14 counties, Madam Speaker. You know, when I listen to my colleagues talking about pockets of underdevelopment in their counties, Madam Speaker, while some of us talk about underdevelopment in an entire county, Madam Speaker. For example, in Samburu County, we were able to get tarmac just a few years ago, 2 that get to Maralal Town, our headquarters, Madam Speaker. While some people are talking about tarmac roads connecting to villages, Madam Speaker. And so it is important for us as a country to appreciate the role that Equalization Fund plays and why these counties were thought through when we were doing our constitution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the Equalization Fund, the monies once they are released to the counties. The challenge that we see is that once the committee or the people who sit at the county level, Madam Speaker, to come up with the projects that should be funded by the Equalization Fund, we find it that we are looking at very minute, small projects, Madam Speaker. A road of 8 million, a road of 10 million, a road of 11 million, Madam Speaker. Those are functions that the county governments can do. The whole important, or the reason why the country thought about Equalization Fund was to do mega projects that actually uplift the lives of those people in those counties. And so if it's a major dam, if it's a major water supply issue, if it is a road that is connecting a sub-county and a sub-county, or even inter-county, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, the lapse of this Equalization Fund will get here, And when you look at our counties, we are still at the same place. And so I will also urge the governors and even us members of parliament, because we have representatives in that board, Madam Speaker, that we should look at the bigger picture. It will not sail again. It will not fly. In another 10 years, 20 years, we are still talking about marginalization in our counties, Madam Speaker. Kenyans will say, you've had your time. You've had the fund. What exactly can people see that this fund has done in our counties, Madam Speaker? And so I would urge the governors, because they are the ones who are actually controlling most of this money now. And one other thing, the things that are agreed by the board, Madam Speaker, that these are our priority areas. The governors should stop going again to sit with their own finance people and sitting with a few people and rearranging what the people on the ground have prioritized to be done through Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker. And so I want that our governors can look at the bigger picture and see to it that this Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker, will deal on very critical issues for us. Finally, and that is what I want to conclude with, Madam Speaker, this whole issue of us as a country, when we see something working for other people, we say that even us, we want from the same place, or we want from that place. There is a reason, and I keep telling some of my colleagues, please come and be a member of parliament of Samburu and stay one day there. They will not even survive. First, from the heat, from the no roads, no water, they will not survive there. And so let the people who benefit from the Equalization Fund benefit until when we are at a certain level of development. You can fight for your own fund.
Naisula, hold on. Honorable Kwenya, what is out of order?
Madam Speaker, the gracious member should be seated when I'm on point of order, so that I can address the Speaker effectively. Mr. Speaker, you see, the member for Samburu is insinuating that we do not have the capacity to represent people anywhere in this country. I don't know from what premise she's speaking from, because she doesn't have the measure, so to say, to know what we go through as members of parliament. I come from a very cold area, and I believe that any member who is in this house can represent members of Kinangop.
Honorable Kwenya, when your time comes, you can also refer to the same, that they cannot survive in the cold of Kinangop. It's a point of debate. Honorable Naisula, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so I just wanted to say that even as we raise our issues and of the different counties and constituencies that we come from, Madam Speaker, we should do it appreciating the diversity of our country, the different challenges that we face in different parts of the country, Madam Speaker, but not fight or look like we are talking against each other, like demeaning. There is a certain narrative that has been going across this country, Madam Speaker, that all the funds that go to the northeastern region is just being embezzled. It's the one building Nairobi County, Madam Speaker. I don't think corruption is reserved to a certain part of this country, Madam Speaker. Corruption cuts across from the national government to all parts of this country. And so when you talk about issues of your region, please leave the counties that benefit from Equalization Fund to benefit, because there was a reason why the drafters of the Constitution and Kenyans put the Equalization Fund there. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I support this bill, Madam Speaker, I think it is about time we as a country revisit this term, marginalization, with a view of trying to find out if Equalization Fund was given for 20 years, the question that follows is what happens after that? And what is it that is being done that within 20 years, it will have solved the issue of marginalization? As I scan through the bill, from the Senate, I was looking for one thing. What is the lasting solution? What is the long-term solution? For instance, Madam Speaker, we need to devote a sizable resources to exploiting the potential that these areas do have. According to the Natural Resource Development Society, or Council for that matter, which is an international body, seems to be indicating that most of the areas we refer to as marginalized areas do have immense natural resources underneath. Do we think as a country that by exploiting these natural resources within the period given to the marginalized areas, we should have been able to develop a program that will exploit those natural resources and that will complement in the economy of the country? With that, Madam Speaker, I think we need to also define the nature and areas of marginalization so that we can avoid a moving target in terms of defining the target and the purpose of this fund. These will become predictable and it will become manageable in terms of defining the call. With that, Madam Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this report from the Senate. The drafters of the Constitution looked at the problems, looked at our country with very objective mind. Madam Speaker, you'll realize that the Equalization Fund was actually put forward by the drafters of the Constitution so that by the end of the day, we bring the whole country to one level. Madam Speaker, the issues raised, especially on the Equalization Fund, by various speakers, is actually very important. And I want to note the issues raised by members from the ASAL, members from the less developed areas, members from the marginalized parts of the country. And by marginalized or less developed, it doesn't mean it is not talking about the sun, the heat, and many others. There are so many factors that we put into consideration. The inaccessibility of places, the level of development, the poverty index, and many others. So, Madam Speaker, the drafters of the Constitution in 2010, realized that for us to be one nation, one people, we must bring all to almost an equitable level playing field, so that Kenyans in various parts of this country will feel that we are one nation, one people, one society, and therefore, this fund actually is trying to bring areas that are poorly developed in terms of infrastructure. In terms of, when I talk of infrastructure here, I'm talking about road network, we are talking about water network to homes, schools, colleges, and various parts, even hospitals. A number of areas in this country, Madam Speaker, especially the northern part, are actually having a hospital up to almost 20 kilometers apart, some even more than that range. And while in other areas, hospitals and schools are in less than 3-4 kilometers away. So it will be good that this fund is enhanced. This fund is disbursed on time. This fund is well managed so that what the drafters or the intention of the drafters of the Constitution is realized earlier than scheduled. Because if you look at the schedule, This fund is supposed to take up to 20 years. As said by members, it is the second year, meaning that the last 8 years, the last 10 years, this fund has not been disbursed. It has not been utilized well. So the intentions cannot be realized. And in fact, it will even mean that there is need to extend the time frame beyond the scheduled 20-year period when the drafters felt that if this fund is utilized well, other parts of the country will come to par with the developed parts of the country. Two, the management of the fund. And I want to say that my constituency is actually one of the beneficiaries, but it is not the whole part of it. Areas where, because it's very hilly, it is not having good roads, the standards of living are quite low, and so many other things affect it. But I want to discuss this especially on administration of the fund. That as much as the money has been disbursed, it will be prudent that the county government, which is actually the administrator of the fund, should actually look into it to make sure that there is value for resources, to make sure that the funds are located for the roads, the funds are located for the hospitals, the funds are located for water. The people, the beneficiaries, are actually going to get those particular resources. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that this fund is actually very important for the whole part of the world. If you look at areas where we have no bridges, where we have no road network, where we have no hospitals, where we have no dispensaries, this fund is going to be very, very important. And I want to say this. I heard the member for Samburu Lili talking about the level of development in her region. I want this House to look at it, that we look our country as one. That one part of the country which is less developed is part of our country. The people who are low in development are also our people. And if we have everyone up, then the whole nation will develop. I want to take the case, I think most of what other nations have done. If you look at the United States, for example, in the 1920s, 1930s, we had regions, very dry regions. Even the Tennessee Valley, for example, which was actually one of the least developed parts. And even the Nevada and many parts. China has done the same. Many parts of the world have done the same. This is not something that we have picked it from the blues. It is something that any national leader, any leader who wants to bring his country to the same table, so that when Turkana is doing well, when Mandera is doing well, then anyone else could also feel to be part and parcel of that particular part of the world. So in effect, I'm just calling that, let these funds be disbursed on time, let this fund be increased, not to be at the same level as it were, and then this fund, let it be administered in a very, let it be managed very efficiently to make sure that the benefits that were intended to achieve, even the construction of hospitals, the construction of roads, the having water in those particular areas, electricity, and many others, will be realized at a faster rate, and therefore we will come at the same level as Kenyans and as one people. I support Madam Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Ngeno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me also to ventilate into this issue of equalization fund. Madam Speaker, and like what my colleagues have said, Madam Speaker, the reason why the drafters of the Constitution looked into three areas where money was supposed to be divided, Madam Speaker. Because when you look at the Constitution states that money shall be divided among three entities. Entity 1 is the national government, Entity 2 is the county governments, Entity 3 is the Equalization Fund. Madam Speaker, the reason why the drafters of the Constitution looked at the Equalization Fund was because of so many reasons. And I think one of the reasons is, Madam Speaker, if you look at the concept of the colonial wars, if you look at the concept of even the colonialists invading other countries, it was because of fight for resources. When you look at tribal wars, wherever they are, whether from time immemorial to the current, it is because of fight for resources. When you look at even the political contests that we have, in every country, Madam Speaker, the bottom line is that everybody is fighting for resources. And that is the reason why we have all these contests. And I think the reason why the drafters of the Constitution felt that we should have an allocation called Equalization Fund was because they realized that from time immemorial, there are areas which has been marginalized, both by governments and by nature. Madam Speaker, when I speak about governments, I mean there has been successive governments in this country, from the colonial government to the pre-independence or after independence. We have had governments and successive governments. And when the drafters of the Constitution were looking at this Equalization Fund, they meant, and their major intention was that, look at the areas which has never had any favor by any government. And that was meant to be equalized with the rest of the country. Madam Speaker, there are also areas which have been marginalized by nature or by natural causes, areas which do not or is not even able to do agriculture and any other agricultural activities or economic activities, Madam Speaker, that can help those areas. This is an area where the drafters of the Constitution intended to allocate this money. Madam Speaker, the Constitution, Article 204, states that there shall be 1.5% of allocation to the equalization. Madam Speaker, it also talked about the marginalized areas, and it talked about the marginalized communities. That is on Section 6, I think Section 4, Section 5, where it is talking about the marginalized communities and marginalized counties. Madam Speaker, when the CRA started working on these particular marginalized counties, Madam Speaker, it picked 14. And the reason why they picked 14, Madam Speaker, was based on several issues, just like what my brother here said, poverty index, and so many other issues, Madam Speaker. The 14, Madam Speaker, it was supposed to be allocated money from 2010, immediately after the promulgation of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, my constituency was one of the beneficiaries because it was falling under another county. It's falling under another county, Madam Speaker. But we benefited 5 years after the promulgation of the Constitution. And after that, Madam Speaker, no any other money has been allocated. The only other time, Madam Speaker, when this money was allocated is, I think it is now. So we have had 2 allocations. And when you read, Madam Speaker, Section 6, Section 5 of Article 204, it states the unspent money, what is supposed to be done to the unspent money? It is supposed to be kept and utilized. But if you were to do a simple math, Madam Speaker, from 2010 up to 2024, which is 14 years, how much money is that? Who has been spending that money? Where is that money? We are 6 years to the sunset of this particular fund. Madam Speaker, and not even that, before the CRA introduced another model of allocating this money, because initially, Madam Speaker, the 14 counties which were benefiting only benefited once. By the time they introduced 34 counties, Madam Speaker, what happened to the money that was supposed to be spent on the 14 counties? Because the 14 counties came up to late 2020 These 14 counties, which are supposed to benefit from 2010, 2011, 2012, up to 2020, and have never benefited, what will happen to the money that was supposed to be sent to these particular counties? Madam Speaker, even when I look at the current allocation, Madam Speaker, done by CRA, it's alarming. It has never even assisted anybody, because the 14 marginalized counties has never risen from where they were. In fact, just like what my colleague has said, the number of marginalized counties are increasing. They increased from 14 to 34. What does that tell you, Madam Speaker? It tells you the government is doing nothing to alleviate the poverty level of our people. So that by now, instead of 14, we now have 34 counties which are marginalized. Who is marginalizing these counties, Madam Speaker? So, me, myself, I support this amendment by the Senate, but I would wish the committee concerned to relook, and that is the budget committee, to relook into areas, into the monies which has not been spent from 2010 to the current, and ensure that the 14 counties which were allocated this money from 2010 to 2020 are given their money so that they can spend on the correct, on the right projects which they had stated or which are stated in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I wish as a beneficiary of this particular allocation, Madam Speaker, to state also that inside the marginalized counties, inside even the inside the Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker, which was meant to cure the marginalization, there is also a very serious marginalization inside the picked counties. Because, Madam Speaker, if you look even at how the disparities which were done, you go and start identifying using the sub-locations or even wards, so that if this money was allocated one constituency, you will realize they are allocating maybe 2 or 3 wards. What will the rest of the wards say? It is causing a lot of turmoil. So, Madam Speaker, my contribution is that the committee concerned, which is the budget committee, should look into the monies or the balance which was not allocated to these marginalized counties so that they can get their fair share. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the CRA should use a model that will purely identify the areas which were marginalized both by the governments and by nature, so that we can actually bring these people to the equal level. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, we'll be saying we are doing equalization, or we are allocating equalization funds and not doing what is supposed to be done. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to support and wish to ensure, or ask the committee that is concerned to ensure that they implore upon the CRA so that they can do proper allocation of these particular funds. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Boroza.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And Madam Speaker, right from the onset, I'd like to lend my support to the Equalization and Appropriation Bill from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I stand on the strength of our Constitution, which was promulgated in 2010. That Constitution dictates that every Kenyan is equal to the other Kenyan. Madam Speaker, which means that every area in this country is as important as any other area. Madam Speaker, because of that, in the Constitution, you find very many affirmative action programs, either to bring people who are otherwise undermined to the point of level with every other Kenyan, or to bring areas that are underdeveloped to the point that they were nearly as equally as developed as all the other areas in Kenya. And Madam Speaker, that's where the Equalization Fund comes in, to bring up those areas which are underdeveloped in key elements that are necessary for human life, like education, infrastructure, including hospitals, including schools, including roads, so that we all feel like, indeed, we are all Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I served as a commissioner in the IIBRC Commission, also known as the Legale Commission. Madam Speaker, I went around the whole country. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to let you know that there are parts of this country that are so remote, parts of this country that do not have what we call roads. Madam Speaker, many of those children in those parts of the country have not even seen cars. Madam Speaker, Equalization Fund was meant to make these people who are in such parts of the country to actually feel like they belong to this country called Kenya. And Madam Speaker, for this reason, I support this bill, because this bill will bring those areas that are undermined or underdeveloped to the fore, so that they are also developed nearly as possible as the other parts of this country. Madam Speaker, it's a shame that we are almost getting to the 20 years time limit for this Equalization Fund. What will then happen when 20 years lapse and we've not benefited from this equalization bill, affirmative amendment, affirmative action opportunity? Just because money that's been appropriated has never been used towards this effort. Madam Speaker, I support this amendment bill from the Senate because what it does is it locks in the money that is meant for Equalization Fund, such that even if one financial year passes, it will still be locked for that purpose that it was intended for. Because that is the only way to go, to ensure that those areas that are underdeveloped are actually, the money that's intended to bring them up is used for that purpose. Madam Speaker, as I stand here, because I believe in this equalization, I believe that the whole country is not equal. Madam Speaker, for that reason, I will never support this one man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, whatever it's called. Madam Speaker, because this country, there's so much discrepancy in the development of this country. And you need Equalization Fund, you need affirmative action to bring other Kenyans who are not benefiting like every other Kenya to the fore, so that they can also enjoy being Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I want to say again, categorically, I support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Whip.
My point of order.
No, you can't raise a point of order. I'll first give member for Marsabit, the Deputy Whip.
How do you contradict your party leader?
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Wako, you on the floor.
Thank you for allowing me to contribute to this Equalization Fund appropriation number 2 bill. And from the onset, I want to confirm that I fully support this. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that so many years down the line, we are still debating and no much progress has been recorded as a result of this. Honorable Speaker, we should be guided by the purpose of this Equalization Fund. Many honorable members have already said that this was to address the marginalized areas. When we talk of marginalized areas, many people do not understand the situation in those areas. These funds initially was to bring at par the 14 counties, namely Turkana, Mandera, Wajir, Marsabit, Samburu, West Pokot, Tana River, Narok, Kwale, Garissa, Kilifi, Taita Taveta, and Lamu. But unfortunately today as we stand, the number of the counties that need to come at par with others has grown, not because of clear justification, but just because others want to compete with these areas that have been marginalized since independence. The purpose of Equalization Fund is, number one, to improve on roads, road network, water, electricity, and hospitals. Madam Speaker, I come from Marsabit, which is part of the 14 marginalized area, the initial 14 marginalized areas. And in that part of the world, it is just like 7 years ago that we saw tarmac 2 passing through our county. And to date, we do not have even connecting roads to our villages. We are still struggling. Water is a real problem even where I come from, and yet I live in town. Electricity, many people still live in the same problem that we used to live in, where we do not have electricity connectivity to the villages. These are basic needs. And any responsible government has to work hard to make sure that every part of the country is at the same level, progressing and developing at the same rate. Unfortunately, for over 50 years, most of these counties have been marginalized. And these funds have been sitting somewhere without supporting any county, any individual. And that is why today we are debating on the same. But the unfortunate bit, the counties that needed to benefit from this has grown from 14 to 34. What does this mean? It means that the funds that was to support and help the real marginalized areas is now scattered and distributed among many counties such that it will not make any positive impact on the counties that have suffered for the last many years since independence. We need our education system to be improved, infrastructure, we need water, roads, our hospitals. Up to today, in some of our counties, people travel for over 300 kilometers. And imagine of an expectant mother who is in labor on a rough road, traveling for 300 kilometers. Most of them have lost their lives as they struggle on the roads. Majority of them have also delivered on the road. Is that what we want to continue hearing in the 21st century? No. And that is why, yes, many counties still need this money, but we should go back to the original 14 counties so that the 14 counties can grow and come to par with other counties. Honorable Speaker, as we talk of this, again, any fund that goes to the counties, most of the time are mismanaged. It is unfortunate because we fight for more resources to go to the counties. But unfortunately, at the county level, corruption, again, is practiced at a very high level. And so the monies that are meant to bring development and growth goes into people's pocket. In fact, most of the time, it does not even benefit the counties, but it gets out of the counties because those individuals in the counties invest out of their own counties. And that is why we should demand for proper usage and accountability of any funds that will be released under Equalization Fund. Again, when it comes to implementation of this, the usual practice of tender and people given contracts to do any particular development. Honorable Speaker, the experience is these tenders are given to close friends or relatives or even people from outside those counties. And that is why, as members of parliament, we should make sure that these tenders get into the hands of individuals working and living in those counties so that that money can be generated and can benefit the local business people. A lot of local business people have lost their businesses because they have not been supported, and even if they do businesses, they have not been able to generate good income because of poor economy. And that is why we need to enhance those people who are already doing businesses at the local level and make sure that the money, that the profit that they get will just circulate and assist the people within their counties. Again, Honorable Speaker, the 22.7 billion arrears, the Treasury should strategize or come up with a plan of releasing these monies, because if we do it in many years, it will not have any positive impact. It is like a drop on an ocean. Let Treasury make sure that these monies are released as soon as possible, and also provide proper guidance so that any project, anything that will be done by this money will have positive impact on the growth of our people and also on the growth of the different counties. Honorable Speaker, I have already mentioned about the usage. There is a lot of wastage when it comes to usage of money from the national government to the counties. It is upon us and upon our people, the responsible people holding different offices, so that we be good stewards, and every coin that is meant for anybody or any progress, be it water, be it roads, be it hospital, should be used in those manners, so that we elevate the lives of our people, we improve their lives, and once we get proper health facilities, you can imagine the hospital bills that we keep incurring. Today, all politicians, over the weekend, we normally, get a lot of requests from people and do a lot of fundraising. Once we do this and invest in hospitals, health centers, then we will overcome that. Proper roads, the many accidents we have, and especially after the destruction that has been made by the rains, we can be able to reduce the suffering of the people on the ground. Honorable Speaker, I support and I believe that Kenyans will make good use of the money and also plan well, so that the counties can really benefit and their lives can be transformed. Thank you, and I support.
Majority Whip. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. I am one of the proponents of this fund, because this fund is one of the very important funds in the Constitution. The Constitution is very clear. It talks about funds should be given counties, national government, and third, this fund that we are talking about. Those three funds. But what has happened over the time, the other two funds have been very important. But this other fund, the Equalization Fund, has been neglected. But it is a constitutional provision. This House has a committee called Constitutional Implementation Committee, whose role is to ensure that the Constitution is implemented in the spirit and in the letter. But for the many years I've been in this House, that committee has never spoken about the Equalization Fund. Neither has it brought a motion here, neither has it interjected during budget to say that it is important that the Equalization Fund must be given as money is given to the counties. So is the Equalization Fund given to those counties that have been earmarked for equalization. That is the tragedy of the committee we have here, and that is the tragedy of Kenya. That at the onset of the Constitution, It was agreed by all Kenyans who voted in the referendum, including the people from my constituents, who woke up very early in the morning, going to vote for the Constitution, knowing that inside that Constitution, there is something called Equalization Fund that would take care of them, because they have been, for many years, been marginalized, for many years they have been underserved, for many years no meaningful development has taken place there, because in 1963-65 there, a sessional paper was allowed in this country to deliberately and systematically marginalize certain communities, including the communities at the coast. Today, Honorable Speaker, we are at that crossroad. That crossroad that isn't this equalization fund as important as the money that is sent to the counties, as the money that is sent into the national. When the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro here does the budget, he will tell us about the money that will go to the counties. He will tell us about the trillions that will go to the national government. But he lays least emphasis on the equalization fund. And when that happens, in this house, when CDF does not come, we all in solidarity make noise that CDF exchequer must be released. When counties do not receive their money, we make noise, the Council of Governors is there and they make noise about money has not been released. But what is the organ? Honorable Speaker, this is the question. What is the organ that is mandated to safeguard and ensure that this equalization fund is put in place? What is the organ? There was a time when I wasted my shoes every day walking to the PS for Treasury, who was said to, until today, he's supposed to be the person in charge of distributing that PS Treasury. But PS Treasury is the culprit even when it comes to CDF, when it comes to county government money, it comes to exchequer releases. So what will he do? If he's under pressure from county government, he will release the money. When he is under pressure from national government, the National Assembly will release the money to NGCDF. But who puts pressure on the equalization fund? And that is the structure that is missing in the implementation of the equalization fund. Because when this is a fund, I remember Kamket tried to propose some changes. And even we looked at that act and we said, let's form a board like the NGCDF board, a board like the Council of Governors, who will ensure that equalization fund is disbursed at the same time when NGCDF is disbursed. But the politics that has been there, Honorable Speaker, and this is why I will want to challenge the lawyers in this House, including the Honorable Emilio Odhiambo. We need to amend that law. That we must amend. So that at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, the people that have been marginalized systematically in this country get a fair share of what the Constitution intended them to have. Get a fair share. But as it is today, I heard the Honorable Mary Emase say that we have a balance of 62 billion. 62 billion. That has not been paid systematically over the years. But if it is a fund, you cannot have that. If it is called a fund in the Constitution, it means if it is allocated 100 billion a year, that 100 billion must be paid within that year. And we should not have a balance. And if there is a balance, it should be accumulated and given to that account. That's what it is. And if it is a fund, it must have an account into which it must be put because it is a fund. Where is the account for the equalization fund? Where is it domiciled? Where is it? We want to see how much money is in there. Otherwise, now we should be having a lot of money because we have done 8 years. And 8 years out of the 20 years that the Constitution provides, we have done 8 years. And each year, money is set in the budget for equalization fund. So that money systematically needs to be accounted for. Where is it? Where is that 62 billion? Which account? And why is it that Treasury never puts that money there? I have projects that were started in 2017 in my constituency when these things started. And they have never been completed. And when you ask ministry, they say, you see, Treasury has not released. Until now we are saying that now county governments have come, and county governments now are saying they must implement, after the court ruling, county governments are saying they must also implement equalization funds. There are certain functions that are for the national government. I don't begrudge that. But the problem I have is I want to see systematically that there is an account in the county government for equalization fund, which we can audit as members from those areas, those counties. But we don't have that opportunity to do that. So where does the equalization money go? It comes in as part of the grants that come from national government, so the governor can use it on functions even which are not listed. You know, the equalization fund has only 4 functions. Only 4 functions in the Constitution. Roads, health, water, and it's not electricity, it's something else. There are 4. Yeah? Health. Only 4. There are 4 functions. But when a governor gets the money, what will stop a governor from using the money to buy a red carpet for his functions when he receives it as bulk money? What will stop the governor from using this same money to do things that are not within the Constitution? How do we audit equalization fund? Where is the law? What has the Committee on Implementation of Constitution done to ensure that this money is properly accounted for? My people, Kilifi is one of the areas that was identified as marginalized. And a lot of the counties in the coast and those in the north. This nation, when we went to vote for the Constitution, we knew. And I went to vote for the Constitution knowing that I have money that will fast-track my county to be at the same level as Kiambu, as Kakamega, as others. But that dream is buried in the soil, dead, that dream of my people. Why? Because we have, and previous government, have systematically ensured that there is no proper law to put into account the use of equalization. I think that has been the trick, that as long as we don't have a law, we can run away from disbursing equalization fund. But the law, Honorable Speaker, you know, you're a lawyer, you know. When something is identified as a fund, in the just like we have consolidated fund, just like we have the CRF, you know, it's a fund. You can't run away from putting money there. But what we will do, we will put money in another place and leave equalization. Because there is a belief, the people from the coast, the people from the north, the people from those other areas that are not as important as the others. We are continuing the 1963 sessional paper. We are continuing the same thing. But we have a constitution we must obey. Just like you can obey giving money to the counties, we must obey giving the equalization fund. That is the constitution of this republic. So when we stand to uphold that constitution in this parliament and any other office, and we say we are swearing by this constitution, why are we failing to implement it for the people that have been systematically marginalized in this country? Why? Because they are not important? I think it is time that those of us who have been marginalized to stand up and say no. If money for counties is released, money for equalization must be released. Money for national government is released for NGCDF, money for equalization.
Bro and Baya, why are you looking at me like you want more minutes? The Honorable Millie Grace Akoth Odhiambo Mabona, the MP for Subo North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this bill. And in supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I've worked in many years on the issue of equality and the issue of equity, where equality is about making sure that everybody is at par. Equity is about bringing those who are behind to the same level as the ones who are ahead. Mr. Speaker, the Equality Fund seeks to realize equity. And I want to say very proudly that I played a big role in the provision of this also in the Constitution, amongst other people. And Mr. Speaker, even though I agreed with some of my colleagues, I want to disagree in some respects, and especially in relation to the member from Samburu. I know that when we had the first policy, it had 14 counties. And I know that, there's a member who was contributing and kept referring to 14 counties. It's no longer 14 counties with good reason. There are no 14 counties in the Constitution. And the first policy tried to identify 14 counties based on history of what we have considered as marginalized in this country. And Mr. Speaker, after the implementation of those 14 counties, one of the things that was coming out clearly is that there are definitely pockets of marginalization in this country. I'll give you an example of my own constituency. And I'm glad that Mfangano Island and Gembe wards in my constituency, Mfangano is actually now a sub-county, have been included. And I want to say that one of the reasons that Mfangano Island has been included is, one, for you to reach Mfangano Island, you can only go by water. There is no road. There is no public transport by the government for you to go there. So if you have no money, you have no way of getting there. Let's start from there. Secondly, the ring road on Mfangano Island, for the very first time, has been done. And the president himself went there to launch the ring road. Why was he launching it? Not because he was doing a tarmac, but because they are doing a Maram road. Because in Mfangano Island, there is no Maram road. So if you want to tell me, let us be equal and look at counties in general, when will we ever reach Mfangano Island, where there is no Maram? If I go to in Mfangano Island, sometimes I take my photos in my constituency, and I hear people who are ignorant, when they see me in a motorbike or walking, they say you are doing PR. In Mfangano Island, I will use I'll use a boat to reach there. I will use a four-wheeler up to a point. I will use a motorbike up to a point. And then the areas I just have to walk. Even a motorbike can't reach. When we say that we are only going to areas, counties that are generally marginalized, when will we ever reach Mfangano Island? You can say the same thing in relation to parts of Gembe that has also been included. There are areas that have no schools, no roads, and they are perennially cut off. In fact, recently when we had the rains, a place in my constituency called Sikri is always cut off. And people have to go by boat. Students, schools stop in order for the rains to stop. And if you are to wait for that, so that the places that are generally marginalized as counties to be reached, then when will we get there? We are creating new areas of marginalization. We must carry everybody together. I know that there are areas that are expert at pushing the agenda and by screaming marginalization, which is okay because they are marginalized. Our areas, we don't scream marginalization. We tend to scream democracy. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we will be screaming democracy and marginalization. And if you want to know that there are areas, especially Luo Nyanza, I'm sorry to use the word Luo Nyanza, that have been marginalized because of our political leanings over years. Opposition areas never get money. In fact, I am so happy that we get CDF. The first time I saw a school, a wonderful school as I was passing in your constituency, actually. And when I was passing and I saw a nice school, and I was like, before I became an MP, and I said, wow, that's a nice school. Because it was a very transformative school. And I was told that school is built by CDF. And I was so proud to discover that it's my grandfather that actually donated that land. But if it weren't for CDF, a lot of schools in our areas would still be mud-walled because of our politics, which is opposition. And Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that even if you look at even the US, that they are going through elections now. There are people who are in government and people who are in opposition. That's the essence of democracy. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I actually want to say that we are missing the point. We are referring to the Constitution without even making reference to what that Constitution says in relation to marginalization. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that if you look at the interpretation clause of the Constitution, it says marginalization includes traditional community that out of a need or a desire to preserve its unique culture and identity from assimilation has remained outside the integrated social economic life of Kenya as a whole. That would include the Suba people, or an indigenous community that has retained and maintained a traditional lifestyle and livelihood based on hunter or gatherer economy. That would include the fishing community, or pastoral persons or communities, whether they are a nomadic or settled community, that because of its relative geographic isolation has experienced only marginal participation in the integrated social and economic life of Kenya as a whole. So, Mr. Speaker, it actually talks to very many areas of the country. It doesn't only talk to northern Kenya, which I agree is marginalized, but so is my constituency. And I also want to say that if you look at the same interpretation section, it says marginalized group is defined as a group of people who, because of laws or practices before, on, or after the effective date, were or are disadvantaged by discrimination on one or more of the following grounds in Article 27(4). And those grounds include race, sex, pregnancy, marital status, health, ethnic or social origin, color, age, disability, religion, conscience, amongst other things. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the issue of marginalization, it is much bigger than what we are trying to limit it here. I want to agree that there are areas that have been marginalized, including northern Kenya, including coastal areas in Kenya, including Suba areas. And that's why you see both Suba North and South are included. That's why Ndiwa is included, because those are areas that have been marginalized. In fact, other parts of Nyanza and Homa Bay would be marginalized, save that God was gracious, and they have fine weather, and so they do well economically. Other areas may not have that, but that the weather, as I had one member talking to, is not included in the definition of marginalization. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to encourage and agree with my committee, the Budget Committee, that the arrears should be released so that we see the effective use of this fund. And I also want to say that when you give this money like Panadol to a person with malaria, you are not going to cure it. You need to give this medicine like you are giving serious medicine, maybe chloroquine. I don't know what the current medicine is, because I don't get malaria anymore. But if the way you can give chloroquine to a person who has malaria, not Panadol. And because of that, we need to actually provide more money. In my constituency, for instance, it's only 19 million. What will 19 million do to Mfangano Island together with Gembe? It's little. We are appreciating of it because we are included. But I want to say that even when that third policy comes, we must include those areas or pockets of marginalization, and we must remain true to the constitutional definition of marginalization. We are not marginalized because we speak loud. We are marginalized as a matter of fact. And I want to also agree with the members that have said that we must also bring into account what people are also getting. This is not the only money people are getting. We are getting CDF, we are getting this money, and we are getting allocation in ministries. And I sit in budget, and I can tell you that there are areas that are getting marginalization. They are getting money through public participation. They are getting money through direct allocation from ministries. It's just that my time is up. But there's a lot to be checked when we are dealing with marginalization. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Mili. The Honorable Joshua Kimilu, MP for Kaiti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this important motion about equalization funds. Mr. Speaker, I want to say these funds are very important to our areas. Those are marginalized. Although, Mr. Speaker, as a support, I want to say a lot has to be done, Mr. Speaker, because I think there are also areas which are marginalized and they are not benefiting from these funds. Mr. Speaker, when you go to some counties, like early this year, I traveled to Wajir County, and Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to see a county without electricity network, Mr. Speaker. And these are the areas we need to fight for them to benefit from these funds. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we are Kenyans, as Kenyans, we need to mind of those areas which are marginalized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are the funds which need to be given to these counties to do like, especially if you talk of health centers. In this century, Mr. Speaker, there are some areas whereby you can travel for more than 20 kilometers to look for a health center. Despite county money, Mr. Speaker, these are the areas which needs to benefit by this equalization fund, Mr. Speaker. Because health centers are key, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, I have illy places, Mr. Speaker. And going from one health center to another one, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's a challenge because of the transport. Mr. Speaker, from my constituency to get Maram, Mr. Speaker, you need to travel more than 50 kilometers, Mr. Speaker, to make those roads. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this money can help in making roads in our counties and also improving the transport sector in our area, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this money should be increased and also released at the right time, Mr. Speaker, because it's very important to help our people who are languishing in poverty, because there are some counties which are living in very low status, Mr. Speaker. And with this money, it can help in health centers, roads, water, like some areas, Mr. Speaker, from where the county I come from, Mr. Speaker, there are some areas whereby to get water, you have to travel more than 10 kilometers to access water, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with this money, I think we can do boreholes, water pumps, which can also help and try to alleviate poverty from our areas, Mr. Speaker. This money, Mr. Speaker, can also help in mobilization of community and capacity building, Mr. Speaker. Because if you do capacity building in an area, in fact, you help that community to alleviate in poverty, Mr. Speaker, which can assist and also help to improve education. Mr. Speaker, these equalization plans also, although we have CDF, Mr. Speaker, and that's why sometimes I speak in this house and say the CDF we have is not even enough to improve education in our constituency, Mr. Speaker. Because there are some areas where there are no schools, there are no infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and with assistance, with the little money we get from CDF, together with these equalization funds, Mr. Speaker, I think we can benefit a child of this country, Mr. Speaker. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion, and I want to say that as Kenyans, we need to stand with this fund and try when it comes to accountability, Mr. Speaker, because the counties are the custodian of this money, Mr. Speaker. We need also to look on checks and balances should be done to those counties to make sure that this money is well spent and goes to the right people, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I support.
The Honorable Francis Igei, MP for Sotik.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving the opportunity to also talk on this topical issue and support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it takes a person who has worked in this place, who has visited these areas, to understand the problems these people are facing. And I know the MPs from these areas, and those of us like myself, Mr. Speaker, who has worked in these areas for many years.
The Honorable Francis Igei, until the Speaker stops you,
Mr. Speaker, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I worked in Garissa for 5 years, and I understand what the problems people in this area are facing. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, if you go to a place like Amuma, go to a place like Almagala in Garissa, you understand this problem. Mr. Speaker, I want to say 2 things. Number one, I want to thank the framers of this constitution, which is very, very important, and which is leading in Africa, that they thought very clearly, with a lot of wisdom, that we must bring up people who are underdeveloped in this country to come to par with other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to address the issue of legal framework. Mr. Speaker, this fund is like a fund free for all, Mr. Speaker, because there is no legal framework to show the use of these funds. And I want to recommend, Mr. Speaker, that we ring fence this fund so that when it is dispersed to the counties, it is known that it's going to a particular area, education, infrastructure, roads, health, so that we are specific about where this money is going to. Mr. Speaker, we need also to address the issue of corruption. We know, Mr. Speaker, and we need to know how much money has gone there before we ask for more. Of course, we need to ask for more money. But how has the money which was dispersed a while ago was spent in these counties? So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to address the issue of wastage so that our people can be able to get the money. Wastage is a major problem, and we need to address that one. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, what is the problem with disbursement? What Parliament has appropriated this mandate for these counties? What happens to Treasury? And how can we address this issue of non-disbursement? So that, Mr. Speaker, we are able to know what is the problem. This House, Mr. Speaker, is the final authority to appropriate money and disperse this money. But where is the problem? Bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker, must be addressed, so that the money which this House has appropriated is released without any delay, so that these people can be able to address this thing. Again, Mr. Speaker, we need to address ourselves and say, okay, we have had problems with disbursement, inadequate funds. So how do we address this issue of the huge disparities in these counties? Mr. Speaker, this country belongs to all of us, and this country must be developed at equal measure so that our people can be at par in terms of development. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I support this motion, and I would like to thank the Committee of Budget and Appropriation for the good work well done, and we need to see this money going to the people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Eva Kinyobara, MP for Kabondo Kasipu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And at onset, let me also support the committee for this report. Mr. Speaker, really a lot has already been said by our colleagues on this matter. And I want to thank once again the drafters of the Constitution for coming up with this, the marginalization, the Equalization Fund that was to address the marginalized area. They were clear on what it was supposed to be by ensuring that the 0.5 of the national government revenues was allocated to the marginalized region. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the report on what has been disbursed to date and what arrears is due. It's unfortunate that even as this is happening, they are telling us on the report that not much has been achieved in the areas that there was work was supposed to have been done. But Mr. Speaker, it would have been nice if they were able to come up with a clear evaluation of the projects that have been done over the years in these areas, so that we can see where the focus was and why they are saying that it has not helped. Mr. Speaker, even 22 billion that has been allocated to date is not small money. It was allocated to the 14 original counties, and they are still saying that the money is not enough, and it was not enough to go around because of the manner in which it was being disbursed. At this point, I want to call upon the Treasury to please prioritize the funds of the Equalization Fund so that the counties are able to carry out their programs as planned. Mr. Speaker, we have been told that now we have 34 and the list is here. And yet, at the same time, the sunset clause is soon to set in on this fund. We only have 6 years to go, and it may be prudent to come up with another bill to extend the fund, because as we have been told, not much has been done. Mr. Speaker, on even the areas that they have touched in, I was sitting here and wondering that what actually was the priority when they were disbursing the funds for the programs. What priorities? Did they do public participation with the people for the people to tell them what they wanted to do? I support their recommendation that the board has not been effective, and I support their suggestion that something should be done so that they probably have a more focused board that will be able to look at the interest of the people or work in the best interest of the people of these regions. As they do this, it is important that the list be reviewed again to see if the position is still the same, the status is still the same. Some areas may have developed through other funds and may not need to be in this list again. Finally, Mr. Speaker, even as we sit in this house, we have seen ourselves being marginalized from other regions. Marginalized in the manner in which allocations are being done for certain programs. And it should start with this house. We have seen people taking 400 million for power. One region, not even a region, one constituency. We have seen people taking a lot of money for roads, one constituency. And this, in other words, is also marginalization. So let us address these issues. Let people be fair. Let's look at this country as one where each one of us pays tax and deserves services. Thank you very much. And once again, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi, the MP for Tetu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also lend my voice to this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say from the onset that addressing issues of marginalization and issues of equalization is important, and this is one way to achieve national unity. It is sad to learn that today, many years after this fund was conceptualized, there are arrears, the disbursements have been minimal, and it is only good that going forward, that the National Treasury ensures that the funds that have been earmarked for this fund are released and used for the interventions for which they were intended. I would like to applaud the Senate for doing two very important things in this bill. The first one is ensuring that they safeguard the bill from the usual cycles of government expenditure, whereby some of the funds that are allocated would lapse, and also ensuring that they include the administration of the fund by operationalizing the Equalization Fund Advisory Board. But Mr. Speaker, having said that, I think a good thing can be made better. And there is actually a lot of opportunity to improve this fund going forward. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to submit the following. That one, as we come to the third comprehensive review by CRA, I think it is time that we ensure that the formula that we are using is looked at very, very closely, so that the interventions that were intended by this fund actually bear fruit. We are talking about extending the number of years. Some people have here contributed saying we should extend the number of years that the fund has been given. But I don't think that is the solution. What we should also be talking about is how effective have the interventions that we have been making been. We need clear documentation. We need clear monitoring. And we need regular reports to this House and the Senate as to what results are we getting from these interventions. Otherwise, we can be on this marginalization journey or interventions for so long, without us getting, any result. These interventions must also be clearly time-bound, and the data used, must be very, very accurate. Mr. Speaker, also giving counties almost the full leeway of how this fund is utilized may not be, the most appropriate channel. We are all struggling with how counties are even using the little resources that we are giving them. So how do we come up with a hybrid solution where members of parliament, through the NGCDF, where parent ministries and counties come together so that the interventions envisaged in this fund, can be much more, effective. And Mr. Speaker, if you also look at the money that has been provided, it's a drop in the ocean. We cannot be able to provide, the solutions that we are looking for by allocating only 10 billion shillings. So for some of these counties, the equalization fund, while a necessary measure, may not necessarily be the solution we are looking for. We require a Marshall Plan, to also ensure that we can be able to accelerate the development that we are looking at these marginalized areas. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we also need to think about what is the definition of marginalization. For example, my own constituency, Tetu, does not appear in this list. But it does not have a level 4 hospital. So from a health point of view, we are marginalized. So I would expect that such intervention is included. I have not seen any sub-county from Nyeri County, where I come from. Kieni is actually a very dry area, almost the same as Samburu, or the same as Wajir. And it requires intervention for water, for schools, for electricity. So, Mr. Speaker, as we expanded from 14 to 34, maybe it is time we took it to 47, and then we look at specific areas and specific issues of marginalization, because indeed, every country in this country, every county in this country has some level of marginalization. I rise to support, and it is important that we get it right going forward. Thank you.
The MP for Wajir West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this equalization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill number 2. And I want to start from onset. I'm supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, the essence of this bill, of Equalization Fund, was to give 0.5% of the annual revenue of the budget, specifically allocated to marginalized areas. The question begs, Mr. Speaker, where are these marginalized areas? And how did it came to the minds of the drafters of the Constitution during 2010? 2010 Constitution was drafted by brilliant minds who went all over this country, came to understand where is marginalized and where it's not marginalized. And they included this fund to bring some parts of this country at a par in the rest of the countries. Mr. Speaker, it becomes now very worrying when all the counties in this country is classified as marginalized in the same marginalization fund, which never grows from the 0.5%. Mr. Speaker, 34 counties have been indicated in this bill to benefit from the marginalization fund. Mr. Speaker, now I want to request the honorable members, let's change the name Equalization Fund and maybe change to something else, because this is not Equalization Fund anymore. This is becoming like appropriating the budget fresh, a parallel budget for each and every county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been hearing some members saying some parts of their constituencies are dry. We are not talking about the climate, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about the problems, the challenges that is in that particular constituency. Let's talk about Wajir West, Mr. Speaker. From one point, one health center to another is 200 kilometers, Mr. Speaker. For a mother to be taken from one village to the other, to the hospital, she dies in the middle if she doesn't get a private vehicle or an ambulance, Mr. Speaker. Somebody who has 2 kilometers health center, 1 kilometer health center is today telling us here, is marginalized, Mr. Speaker. I want to appeal to the members of this House to come and visit my constituency at my expense, Mr. Speaker, so that they see and appreciate the problems the people of North are feeling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the marginalization in northern Kenya is still continuing as we speak. People are talking about northeastern being given more than of their share, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are getting even less because the trillions that are appropriated in the national government are not trickling down to northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker. You have seen just recently, one of the constituencies in this country got 1.5 billion Kenyan shillings, Mr. Speaker, for roads, while my constituency got zero, Mr. Speaker. Zero. If we go by the budget, line by line, and see how much is going to the northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker, I believe most of this House, members of this House, will be shocked beyond words, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us note, it is either two things, Mr. Speaker. We increase the amount from 0.5 to 100% so that everybody benefits. Or we reduce the counties that are written in this appropriation bill so that the marginalized area should come at a par with the rest of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a single tarmac road in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a single level 4 hospital in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a tapped water in anywhere in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and when you go to each and every other constituencies, I am sure each household has a running tap of water. The difference is as clear as broad daylight, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we should not be talking about something that we don't know. People should come to those constituencies, see for themselves, appreciate the challenges, and then talk from an informed position, Mr. Speaker, rather than, Mr. Speaker, people talking about something that they don't understand or they don't know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a deliberate attempt from 1963 to date from particular persons or individuals of this country to marginalize a specific area further, Mr. Speaker. There is a deliberate attempt from those who hold high offices, Mr. Speaker, of this country to remove some counties in this country from the map of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And the way it looks, I'm sorry to say so, it might happen sooner or later. Mr. Speaker, there was the debate of 1 man, 1 shilling. There was a debate of equalization. There is a debate of so many things that just target specific areas, and people can't see small amount of money trickling down to those areas. We're in committees, and my brother Okelo is a witness here. whenever we are appropriating money, nothing, even a single coin that goes to those areas. And every day we fight so that we take some amount of money to the same areas. Mr. Speaker, I want to beg the members of this honorable House to understand the dynamics, the problems, the challenges some of the constituents are facing, Mr. Speaker, so that we should not politicize the lives of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. We are here to represent the people of Kenya, all of us, Mr. Speaker. If me, today, I say, okay, for example, there is a Mira fund that was allocated to Mira farmers. If me from Northern Kenya, who is not a Mira farmer, says, I want to also be allocated to Mira funds, is that appropriate? It's not. We should differentiate things. There are coffee farmers who are given a lot of money. There are tea farmers who are given a lot of money. Livestock farmers are left in the middle with no coin, no appropriation. It's only the committee, which I want to thank. Just recently, this budget, they have allocated 1 billion Kenyan shillings for restocking. And I want to appreciate and thank the chairman and the team for doing a great job for that particular event. Mr. Speaker, it hurts me as a member who represent the North and Kenya when I see some other members mocking us in our face, Mr. Speaker, telling us you are getting more than your share. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. I wish the Speaker could have created a committee to go and verify and even do a research on the budget to see how much is going to each and every county or constituency so that we share equally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for those share remarks, and I support.
The Honorable Dr. Joyce Osogo Bensouda, followed by the Honorable Umulker Arun. Why don't you use less than 3 minutes? What is this much you are talking on equalization fund? Proceed, Honorable Bensouda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I don't need more than 3 minutes because what I want to talk about is very specific and they are just all facts. First of all, I rise, Mr. Speaker, to support the equalization bill that has been tabled by the Committee of Budget and Appropriations Committee. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by highlighting that in this country, we have what we call a rogue national treasury. And by defining rogue, to me, is somebody who takes laws in his hands or her hands and doesn't conform to the existing laws. This House or any member of Parliament or the county governors must not match to the national treasuries for them to effect any issue in terms of disbursement. Mr. Speaker, I take note that when we're investigating the telecom saga, National Treasury was implicated negatively. Mr. Speaker, when I sit in the committee for the Centralized Funds Account Committee where we oversight what has been done and reported by the Auditor General, we realize that there are issues with disbursement from National Treasury in terms of the NGCDF funds and in terms of GAF funds. We are saying that this House is not junior to National Treasury, that we must beg, we must crawl, we must kneel for them to release funds. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to equalization funds that was tabled, we noticed that 22 billion only has been released. And they're saying that there is laxity in disbursement of funds from the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, I would like it to go on records that the PS National Treasury must be brought in this House and clear explanation to the facts that we are begging of and seemingly to be singing lullaby that the funds must be released. The PS National Treasury must respect this House and must respect the formula with which funds are supposed to be disbursed. Mr. Speaker, it is quite hurting that if 14 areas, counties, were identified as marginalized, I take cognizance that the Constitution respects what marginalization is. I want to I want to uphold whoever or the committee that increased the number from 14 to 34. In fact, I'm saying that they ought to have increased it totality to 47 because this country is seriously undergoing economic marginalization. I'm just from the rural areas. When we look into Homa Bay, I visited quite a number of markets, Mr. Speaker, sir. All markets, most of them, they do not have electricity. They are crying of transformer. The MPs cannot implement what they are not given, what is not disbursed. The governor equally cannot implement what is not stretched. And so my serious number one fact, the National Treasury must be disciplined, must stop being rogue. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, regulation and framework must be put in place. We need a clear tabling of what projects were supposed to be undertaken in the 14 counties. We looked through during the flood areas, and we could watch over the television how farmers are suffering. The produce are getting rotten. There are no roads. There are no schools. And so we are saying, in as much as equalization funds were supposed to address infrastructure, supposed to address issues of education, health, we are saying we don't want to beg anybody over this. The same way we are budgeting and putting issues right, I want to see that when the budget for this financial year, next financial year, will be tabled in this house must rise to maturity and not focus on the political divide. It is a high time this house must know that they choose to put Kenya on the right track or put Kenya into the drain dogs. And so I'm saying as legislators, we must stand firm that right things are done. We must not rise up for NGCDF on GAF to be given. Even the women reps of this country, we are marginalized in our own form. There are no funds, yet we are expected to work. We are waiting for what the president promised, 1 billion in the budget cycle. We had been given 1 billion for sanitary towels. We are also marginalized. We are waiting for 1 billion. We don't need to kneel unless as a National Assembly, we don't know why we were elected here. PS National Treasury, take charge, be disciplined, and serve this nation, and must be brought to the floor of this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. The issue that we are discussing today touches very close to my heart because I come from a region that owns the crown of marginalization. And we might hear many people saying, even us, we are marginalized. But it is after devolution that we got the first national school. I had to travel all the way to Kiambu County to study my high school, to access a national school. Rarely do we see students being placed to national schools in Garissa County because we have national schools now. That is the challenge that we are addressing in marginalization. And the reason this money was set aside was to bring these counties to come to the level of the other regions. But we are seeing the debate going around of 1 man, 1 shilling. This discussion will further divide our country. We do not want to add any more wounds because when I hear 1 man, 1 shilling, I will stand here and say 1 shilling, 1 kilometer. So that every county from the marginalized areas get equal share of the national resources because we all pay taxes. We are not a guest of anybody. We deserve to get these resources. The only discussion that should be on the floor of this house is to audit how the monies were utilized, is to audit how Equalization Fund will be managed under the county government when national government projects are proposed. Because, Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, my people from the region I come from were washed away in a boat because they were attempting to cross a road. And when I hear my colleague Wandeto say even his constituency is marginalized, I went to that constituency. And even the roads leading to the cattle dip were tarmacked. And they were fully marked. And they had zebra crossings when I have never seen a tarmac road with my eyes. I come from a constituency that if it rains, I don't even make plans to go. Currently, I was not able to access my own county, my own constituency, because I needed to get a chopper. Mr. Speaker, I do not have money to get a chopper. I am only paid enough to fuel my car and go visit my home. But the floods come, we do not get budgets for dams. If this money is released and utilized appropriately, Mr. Speaker, we will get dams so that we do not have the issue of floods in my region. The farmers keep investing every rainfall season. By the time the droughts are coming, the floods have washed away our resources. Mr. Speaker, we have livestock. Monies meant for livestock are never seen in my region. So such debates should not focus or should not be politicized. It should be about equality. You cannot govern a country that is poor. You cannot govern a country that do not receive the equal share of resources. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfair for the debate to even go beyond what it should be. The focus should be on how to empower the existing communities that are marginalized. The debate should be on that. But regions that have had hospitals per 2 kilometers are coming here to tell us we are marginalized. It is not a debate that we can stomach. It is not reasonable. Like I said, I need to find a boat every time it floods, while somebody can just drive down. So the conversation must take a different angle. We need to audit what has been released, how have these funds been allocated so that we are able to get equal share. But when Central Kenya, for example, or regions that have always enjoyed monopoly of getting the national resources, come here and tell us we are marginalized, Mr. Speaker. Yet schools in my region need to be built. CDF is building high schools, nursery schools. There is a demand for that because of the population increase. I come from a family where we are over 20. My mother has 30 sisters and 30 uncles. Yes, so that such resources are utilized equally. Our populations in ASAL regions are increasing because we have more than 4 wives. We have more than 3 wives and 4 wives. Places that have such demand to have nursery schools, while other places are closing down because they have no schools, no children to attend their schools. They cannot get such resources. We have to fight for what is ours, and we have to have a conversation that brings unity. 1 man, 1 shilling is a distraction. It brings hatred. It brings a lot of negativity. If 1 man, 1 shilling is brought, we will say 1 shilling, 1 kilometer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, the Honorable Jared Okello, what is the matter?
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, even though called at the tail end of this session. But I've got a few remarks to make as regards the report on Equalization Fund, Honorable Speaker. A quick background over the same. When the drafters of our Constitution came up with this idea, or birthed this idea, it was premised on the fact that certain regions had been alienated for way too long, and they needed to catch up with the rest, who were regarded to be in the first league of development in this country. Honorable Speaker, since time immemorial, and this took a lot of precedence during the Moi era, there was a very backward and foolish mantra, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, that if you had a contrary view to that of the government of the day, then your regions were sidelined on matters development. Where I come from, Honorable Speaker, Nyanza province to be specific, all successive regimes have given us a wide berth, and we have tried the much we can with the limited resources generated by our own people to make ends meet. We have met headwinds along the way. Certain times we have succeeded. Certain times we have failed because of lack of the same resources that are channeled to other regions. But here we are, just like anybody else. And when the drafters of our Constitution came up with this idea, and it was infused in law, the Council of Governors thereafter went to court and challenged this thing on who ought to have superintended these funds. Was it going to be the national government or the county government? And this matter dragged in our courts of law for over 10 years. The only time that these monies have been expended to deserving counties is once. And the projects that were earmarked to be funded by Equalization Fund are only 20% done. I sat in the Special Funds Account Committee in the last parliament, and we visited a few, and only 20% had been done, 11 years down the line. And this money had a time frame. It was not open-ended. And therefore, we have delayed, Honorable Speaker, to have it fully implemented. Honorable Speaker, you talk about marginalization. 6 of my schools are still marooned to date as a result of flooding by River Nyando, together with a lake that is coming out into.
The Honorable Basil, in 2 minutes, let the mover to prepare to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll move very quickly. From onset, I think as much as I support the Equalization Fund, I want to say I'm very much disappointed with the level of biasness in distribution of resources under Equalization Fund. I don't understand why Yatta is missing from this list, considering that in Yatta, most of my roads, 99.5%, are actually weather roads. Electricity connectivity is below 40%. The teachers employed by BOM, Mr. Speaker, are about 55%. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to shun away from negative ethnicity, tribalism, which is contributing to the level of disparity that we see. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this fund should actually be managed by national government, and baseline data should be the one to guide distribution of resources, by not tribalism, Mr. Speaker. Because if we continue this way, we'll be like what Obama, the former president of the US, metaphorically said, that it is easier for a child from central Kenya to celebrate the 50th birthday compared to a child